we've got the stream going. I have to wait for it to come up on my preview to make sure things are happening, and they are. Check it out. Oops, hang on. What's just going on there? Oh wow, what's I had readied a tweet to say going live, and then somehow I had gotten it into voice recognition mode, and so like about the last 30 seconds of what I was saying was voice transcribed into my tweet. um, hello, everybody, and welcome to day 2 of Extra Life. So many levels. This thing that we're doing here. We're going to play Dungeons and Dragons. Off to a very coherent start. I'm so happy. So I'm Christiana Ellis, and I am the Dungeon Master today. And what we're doing here is continuing our 24-hour charity D&D campaign to raise money for children's hospitals. Specifically, my campaign donations go to Boston Children's Hospital. And as you can see, if you're watching this Twitch stream, this little thing next to me here, we have already raised $977. We currently have a target of $1,000, but that is already the second target. We have already exceeded everything we raised last year, which was already great. It's continuing to be great. I think that the website is more back under control. The Extra Life website was actually suffering a denial of service attack yesterday. Who would do that? That sucks, right? But it seems like the website is more under control, hopefully, today. Our little tracker is working. So if you are watching us, I hope that you'll check out Extra Life. Check out a campaign. You can either donate to us or one of the many other people who are gaming this weekend for charity. It's all great. But what we're doing is continuing our adventure through the Acquisitions Incorporated adventure module, Orrery of the Wanderer. And we played 12 hours of Dungeons & Dragons yesterday. We're going to play 12 more today. So let's get to it. Our players, we have, starting us off this morning, we have David Archambault? Archambault. Yes, I'm just not used to saying it out loud. Just like everyone's character names yesterday. It was a whole thing, if you didn't watch yesterday. So we have David Archambault, and you are continuing to play Billy, the Sorcerer, and now Secretarian of the Yarrowers, the Phandalin branch franchise of Acquisitions Incorporated. Next, we have Liberdet playing Bugamus, Archimedes, Boo, the Bugbear Barbarian, and freshly minted Obviator for the Yarrowers, the Phandalin branch of Acquisitions Incorporated. Next to her, we have Mark Kilfoyle playing Josgrin Jornig.
Hey, that's great.
I did it.
I'll change the name now.
We'll do like we did at Ellis Island and give you a more Americanized name. It's fine.
A Phandalinized name.
Phandalinized. There you go.
Who was part of the party that became the Yarrowers, the Phandalin branch franchise of Acquisitions Incorporated. But prior to their official instatement as a franchise, he was sucked into the strange, crazy, magical artifact that you found underneath the city of Waterdeep. And there was a whole story behind that we'll cover a bit more in a moment. So, currently, whereabouts unknown, sort of. I mean, they kind of know you got sucked into a magical artifact, so does that mean that that's where you are? Or unclear. Next, we have Nobilis Reed, who was not with us yesterday, and whose character will be introduced as we begin our game today. Last but not least, Spence, playing Draylin Thorngage, right?
Yes.
Yes, Thorngage, the human, I think, paladin?
Nope, halfling.
Halfling paladin. How did I forget? Halfling paladin, and now freshly minted decisionist of the Hourwars, the freshly formed Phandalin branch franchise of Acquisitions Incorporated, and Kingmaker in training. So, there's a number of things that you guys have all got going on. First of all, there is the aforementioned Orrery of the Wanderer, a magic item, a strange clockwork device that was found in this temple beneath the city of Waterdeep. It was found there, according to Gorko, your new goblin friend, and currently recently hired official staff of your branch. He told you that his friend Cairn Colesmith was previously a member of a different adventuring party, found this artifact, and it killed all the rest of his adventuring party. And he was seeking a way to destroy this thing. So he brought it to an ancient altar, rumored to be able to destroy anything. And it failed to destroy this thing, actually wrecking itself in the process. This is a strange artifact with very powerful abilities that seem related to interplanar travel, but it is also missing 6 pieces that are, whereabouts unknown until one of those parts has been now located. As you guys reached the Phandalin branch, you found another part, but that requires us to back up and intersect with the other part of the story, which is to say, after a case of mistaken identity leading to you guys skipping some of the normal internship steps at Acquisitions Incorporated, you were directed to travel to Phandalin and investigate why the existing franchise in Phandalin missed their monthly payment and was not answering communications. Turns out the reason was because they got blown up. And as you reached Phandalin, you have discovered that there is some sort of a conspiracy afoot involving multiple parties. There is, of course, Dran Enterprises, that is a rival organization to Acquisitions Incorporated, and an organization that has tried to make many hostile takeover attempts of Acquisitions Incorporated. And the fact that it is run by Auspicia Dran, the sister of Acquisitions Incorporated CEO Omen Dran, is entirely unrelated. It is a complete coincidence and really, frankly, irrelevant and none of your business, the fact that they are sibling rival CEOs. But in any event, you encountered a cleanup crew from Dran Enterprises that had heard that this franchise went kaboom and was planning to move in. But was there actually any more involvement than that? Not clear. But there's also, you've heard rumors that a necromancer by the name of Huber Grandshoop might have been working for a mysterious organization known as the Six, might have been responsible for the attack on the other franchise. But in any event, you cleaned out the dungeon of Tresendar Manor, the old headquarters, and since the previous franchise is no longer a going concern, you have been awarded the new franchise position here in Phandalin. And that means that this is your officially licensed territory. Part of what you discovered is in this attack is that what the Six attacked this franchise for was that they were looking for something called the Timepiece of Travel, which you now all realize is one of the missing components of the Orrery of the Wanderer. Fortunately, they didn't find it. It was hidden by Gilda Dun, the half-orc major domo for the previous franchise, and who you've now taken on as your new major domo. She basically is the office manager. There's a lot of names. We're going to get to all of this. You're going to have some organization and setting up business stuff to do. The other plot thread that is currently sort of ticking along is that Phandalin, as a town, is currently in election mode. You have a sleazy, blustery businessman guy who is former town master and now kind of not in official power, but wants to be again, running against the Sildar Hallwinter, who is a former adventurer, but who's kind of lost his nerve and has difficulty speaking in front of people. You know, he's maybe a better person, but he's not making a big impression in his, debate appearances, for example. And so that's happening. But you currently have some staff. You have Gilda Dun, who I will, let's put some handouts of some of these folks. You have Gilda Dun, who is half blown up, as you can see, from being part of this attack. You have, well, let's move not her where she's not blocked by my picture. You have her. She is the major domo, like office manager for your new position. You also have an employee by the name of Gorko, who is a goblin, who, despite his mean-looking profile picture here, is actually very nice and is the crit master, as we discovered. And through a quirk of fate, did not have his head caved in by a warhorse skeleton. There was some strange twisting of fate that prevented that from happening that may have, as yet, unforeseen consequences. It's a whole thing. You also have a kobold named Patsky, who basically you decided to hire because you felt sorry for him because he's obviously been mistreated by every master he's ever served under, but he's also kind of a lot to deal with. You want to say that it's like PTSD. You want to be nice to him because obviously he's been badly treated, and so you don't want to expect too much of him too quickly. But he's just so craven and cowering at every interaction. It's just hard to deal with. He is just cowering and whimpering at everything. You offer him a cup of coffee and he cowers away from it like you're trying to trick him somehow. You're trying to be nice, you're making an effort, but he's not showing a lot of progress, and you're starting to suspect he might have been like this before. And frankly, it makes you start to question how mean everyone else was actually being. Like, if he moved on to some other organization, is he going to tell them you're just as mean to him? Mm-hmm. You're not sure at this point. He's kind of hard to deal with. But you've got some other folks in town, but you're helping you do business. And so I think we're going to have a couple of things happen, and then we're going to deal with a couple of weeks of downtime as you guys are setting up your business and deciding how you're going to run your franchise. So first, you guys are kind of just going about your business. You have sent away some of your franchise members to do a bit of other research, and we'll cover that, what they're doing in a moment. But where have you put the orrery in the meantime?
I think Billy was taking charge of it for the time being while Bug was away.
Well, so yeah, Bug has returned now.
Okay.
Billy had taken possession of it while Bug was going back to Waterdeep, but that's resolved now. So where is it now?
I think Bug is still keeping it in his pack.
Okay.
Because there's, as long as it's on his person, we're absolutely sure we know where it is.
Mm-hmm. All right. So I think you are just in the middle of some other bit of business on a Wednesday morning. So you tell me what you're doing in just this mid-morning. This is like 1 week in, say, to your new franchise.
1 weekend.
1 week in.
Oh, 1 week into the new franchise.
Yes.
I think Bug is writing a letter home to Snug to just say, hey, I'm here. I'm fine. Taking care of myself. Everybody else is fine. Catullus is fine. Our little gnome guy that got eaten by the thing is still not shown back up, but
and almost as though you summoned him, as you are writing that, the orrery on your back starts to shiver and vibrate. And as you're just kind of turning around to try to look, it starts going. Blah! And then all of a sudden, Yasgrin is just spit out all over the floor. He is covered with some sort of a viscous slime.
Oh, what the hell am I doing? Oh,
Joskren!
is that bag?
Yes!
Bag!
Yes!
Run over and slimy hug.
Slimy hug!
Good
All
to,
the slime.
good to be seen.
Good to be
Oh.
seeing you too.
I am covered in crap. Yeah.
Okay.
Best of your station. Start cleaning off a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Here, let me show
I missed
you.
your coat. Clean your coat first.
Thank you. Let me show you to the bathroom. I think we've. So I'll show him into the bathroom so that he can get cleaned up and.
Where am I?
And you are in our new franchise headquarters. We all got hired by Acquisitions Incorporated.
Oh, that's well. Tell me about that. Taste bad. That's very good. I am happy. You happy? This is
I am
happy.
very happy.
This is happy. And
Yes.
I again snap my fingers, and there's a little bit of a off key because he doesn't really know music. A little sort of flourish of music, like doo-doo-doo.
Wherever
Yes,
you're
very-
from, they use different scales, and it just sounds
Yeah.
off compared to what we're
The
used to.
pentatonic scale.
Yeah.
Yes.
Aye. Oh,
Yes.
oh.
Yeah. Well, this is. Let me let you get cleaned up, and I'll go tell the others that you've come back.
Yeah, water. I need some water, please.
Yeah.
Water?
So I'm going to briefly point out one of the things that you guys discovered after a couple of days staying in this place is that apparently whoever attacked this dungeon had tainted the cistern. So several of you discovered that by experiencing the symptoms of something that you came to dub ghoul gut. And
had that
so
last
it
week.
has since been resolved, thanks to the assistance of some of the, your clerics in the party. You have cleaned that cistern, but some of you definitely had some bouts
rough
of
nights.
ghoul gut that were
Yeah.
thoroughly unpleasant. So, but you now know that it is clean. And you're
Yeah.
all a little bit vaguely concerned that you gave that water to the Splint Fig sisters, who were only just recovering from a week of going without food or water. So you sent them off with that
Not
water in them.
penance on my part.
Yeah, so yeah, it's definitely something that has kept you awake at a couple of points where you're just like, oh God, I hope they're okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Billy would have found checked up on them just to.
Well, we'll cover that. We'll get to that in a moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, so in any event, you get arrange for some water, and so Yasgrin, you have just had an amazing experience.
Yeah.
You feel transformed, stronger, more powerful, more aware of the arcane arts. Level 3.
Yeah.
And you saw such amazing things. You saw all of the answers to everything in the universe. And you saw such, like, you saw things like, what was it? It was so cool. Oh, what was it? Well, so there was this,
So
it was
basically,
really
just
cool, but
Like a fading
Just-
dream.
If only I had words I could say.
he's just as coherent as he ever was.
yeah.
Exactly.
Well, and so the you find it very frustrating because it's like when you have a dream where you learn the secret of life, the universe, and everything, and you're like, oh my God, it's so simple. This changes everything. And then you wake up and you're just like, wait, but what was it? Like, it's just gone. Like you a second ago you knew everything, but now it's
Right. And then Vogons destroy your planet, and
Yeah.
you're completely lost.
Do you guys have you seen that GIF of the raccoon who's handed a piece of cotton candy and tries to wash it in the water and it just
Yeah.
disintegrates?
Yeah.
That's Yasgrin right now.
Well, I kind of cleaning myself off a little bit and thinking back. And then I look around suddenly and sharply, wander back out where Bug was sitting. Ah, there you are. And walk over to the orrery, kind of pet it a little bit, and begin to ritually cast a spell.
Dispel?
A spell.
A spell. Okay, what are you casting?
Tensor's floating disc.
Okay.
When the spell is done, I heave that onto the disc. This is going to be better. Much better.
So anyone not familiar with this spell, there's basically just a little magical frisbee that just floats around behind him at waist height and just follows him around.
This thing was heavy.
Yeah.
Bug, you carried it for a while. It's not heavy.
Yeah. Well,
Then again,
comparatively,
Very
It's relative.
Yoskrin.
It's relative. It is as big as Yoskrin, so it's fair to observe that there would be an expected difference
yeah.
in perception there. But so that happened. Also, you guys, after filing your official franchise paperwork, you received about a week later a knock on the door, and it was sibling Arwen Foss, right? Is that the right name? Did I say it right? Arwen Foss. And he has the letter that you were given and the instructions you were given. So we'll briefly role play what you were told, Arwen. This is conversation, relayed to you from the CEO, Omendron, relayed to you by the Secretarian of Home Office, and say,
So the door opens, and before you stands a tall, slender fellow in a priest's cassock. But it's not actually any particular religion you recognize, and he's not wearing any holy symbols. It's just a priest cassock. And he transfers his briefcase to his left hand, holds out his hand as if to shake hands, but instead it's a finger gun. He kind of points it at you and says, "Hey, I heard you need a documancer."
So it's me that answers the door, and
Okay.
I'm 2'10".
Okay.
So you're pointing down.
Yep, that's fine. He can adapt.
You're right. We do need a documancer.
Well,
Did
I'm
the
your
company
man.
send
Head
you?
office sent me down to handle your documents.
All right. Well, come on in. Let's chat.
Great.
And I will gather the peoples.
So, as you gather everybody, and, we discussed this a bit before we started the stream, but essentially, Arwen, you do have from head office a letter of introduction that you've brought with you. It basically tells all of the rest of you is that after reviewing your franchise contract, we noticed that you did not assign a documancer. And it just so happens that we have a documancer available at the moment, who is no longer part of their previous franchise due to irreconcilable personality differences. However, we believe that they will be a good fit with your organization. We strongly encourage you to include them in all of your franchise activities as would pertain to documancy.
Great. Okay, so what are your skills as far as adventuring goes if we're taking you on the road?
I have at my back the powers of the celestial forces. Hey, I am master of the channeled arcane.
Okay. And all right, so you understand what you're supposed to do as documancer, yes?
Oh yes, absolutely. Lots and lots of experience. I've been doing this for weeks.
Great. Well, we've all been doing this for weeks. So, same skill set. So, all right. Anybody have any objections to this person that Home Office sent? And I'm sorry, what's your name again?
RON.
Arun.
Yes.
Arun.
Well, if we wanted to do a test of his arcane skills, we still got that undead in the cell.
Oh, sure. That's an excellent suggestion, Billy. Come on down.
Alrighty.
Let's take him down to the basement and have him face off with the zombie dragonborn that we left in the cell.
Mhm.
I can tell that Kip and this guy are gonna get along just fine.
So let's go ahead and bring everybody who's actually present here onto the map. I don't know that we're going to do like a full real combat here, but we'll see how things develop.
All right.
Let's see who am I missing? I need. So I've got Billy and Bug and Yaskrin. I need back on the map. There we go. All right. So, they lead you into what is clearly originally the cellar of a fancy manor, and has since been a variety of things, including a gang hideout, the headquarters of the previous franchise, and then for a little while, the headquarters of a necromancer apparently attempting rituals using living sacrifices to open gates to the far realm. That made a big mess. And so it's currently in the process of being cleaned up from all of that. But one of the lingering loose ends in that regard is the fact that there is an undead dragonborn locked in a prison cell. And so everyone present at the moment has kind of piled in to
Watch
it's
you work.
like, here, to make the new guy take care of it.
This place is very big.
Well,
All right. Well,
Oh yeah, I guess you're showing Yaskrin around in the meantime.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hey Yatsky,
Yeah.
let's see this place. This is what you missed.
so
We'll do the tour in a minute.
Arwen kind of brushes off his hands, even though they're pristine clean. Unbuckles a couple of straps from his briefcase and straps it across his back like a backpack. And pulls a wand out of his belt and kind of stands in that kind of ready pose. It's like, all right, let's do this thing.
Okay.
So what are you doing? Right now it's locked in the cell.
It's like, release the beast, and
let's see.
So you guys have the key. You could
Yeah.
unlock it if you want, but right now it's just reaching through bars. Like,
There's plenty of room to cast through the bars.
Why are you keeping?
am I confident in my ability to cast between the bars?
yeah, it's easily done.
All right, I will start off with I'll start off casting True Strike,
Okay.
and then after that takes effect in the following round, I'll cast a Guiding Bolt at second level.
All right. Go ahead and make your attack roll with advantage from the True Strike, right?
And that is a 23.
23 certainly hits.
Okay. 5d6 damage for the Guiding Bolt.
Nice.
16 points of radiant damage.
Doesn't like it.
Okay. And I will follow that up with a Witch Bolt, also at second level.
All right.
And the hit on that is 17.
Yep, hits.
That does 2d12 damage. 5 and 12. 17 points of electrical damage.
All right. Hang on. I'm pulling up its actual stats just so I know if it's actually capable of doing anything beyond this. How many points of electrical damage you said?
17.
Wow, really?
It's 2d12.
I'll take your word for it. Yeah, it's pretty rough already. So it's
And
yeah, and
I
I
will-
mean, you can tell it smells real bad, and it's trying to claw and bite at you, but it just, I mean, obviously through the bars that you can't get out. So
Okay. And the witch bolt is maintained from round to round. So I'm just going to keep on holding my wand on it. Doesn't seem that there's any place that it can take cover. So following round, it takes 8 points of lightning damage.
and it is destroyed. It tumbles to the ground in a crispy heap.
Okay.
Why
Small
do you
sleight of
keep this?
prods. It was in the cage already, and we just didn't want to deal with it.
You poor thing.
It was undead. It was mindless. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Who is he?
That seems an
He's
interesting
new.
mixture of spells that are usually arcane and divine in nature.
Yes, well, it's a unique quality I've been able to develop.
How would you classify your method of spellcasting?
Awesome.
More specifically, I am a sorcerer. You are.
I am Orwin Foss. Pleased to meet you.
Insight.
Sure.
I'm not lying.
Sure.
Yeah. But
That is a 12.
okay.
Yeah.
My check is an 8.
Well, yeah. So I mean, yeah.
Well, I'm trying to say, is there something potentially dangerous he's hiding from?
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to belabor that point really. I mean, I think you get the sense because of how evasive he's being that probably he doesn't feel like telling you all of the details, and you can infer whatever you like about why that might be.
We're gonna keep an eye on you.
So everyone, one last question.
Okay, but let me just take just a moment, because I was looking something up and I needed to I wanted to escape. All right, I didn't write it down. Never mind. Okay, go ahead.
So it says in the letter that you brought with you that you left your previous franchise for personality differences. Can you elaborate on that?
It was something of a how to put this. There was a certain disagreement about how contracts were going to be handled, contract negotiations, and my screen has just gone black. The contract negotiations were not being handled in a particularly competent manner, and I thought that I could step in and kind of smooth things out. And they didn't like my style with dealing with some of the subcontractors of that franchise.
Okay. So everything that we do here, we try to do as a committee. So if you want to do that kind of making the suggestions of how to make contract negotiations better, we would just ask that you run it by some of us at least before doing that.
Well, I know
Raylan
that
has probably made herself a little badge that says decisionist.
Yeah.
Well, I fully understand that, and I see that in your franchise charter that you've established absolutely no rules as to the quorum of company decisions. So I take it that you are not using the quorum functionality, and in fact are saying that it has to be a kind of a loosey-goosey, everybody, getting everybody on board. Kind of mechanic, and I can deal with that. I can live with that.
I mean, as decisionist, Raylan, you could call for a vote.
All right. I call for a vote.
got a voting
Everybody-
kit and ballots and a set of I voted stickers.
Yeah. Yeah. They're up on our secretary's desk.
Secretary.
Or our major domo's desk, sorry. All right, so if you are okay with our new companion, write a big Y. If you are not okay with our new companion, you write a big N, and then you put it in the box, and then we'll count it up later.
All right, so I mean, obviously, we're not really doing a
Yeah.
secret ballot here.
So,
Yeah.
so all the yeses. Oh my god. Two.
Yoshmin looks around. I don't see water. Why need vote?
So I will.
That's an abstention.
Yeah. Okay. I will try to explain voting to Yasgrin, but I will do that off screen.
Yeah, you eventually, after several minutes,
That's what you mean.
prepare the appropriate content.
Yeah.
I do this. This is fine. All I know is this one talk with many words and say very little.
Yes, but that's kind of what you need in.
Destroyed that undead thing pretty good.
Yeah.
He is
Anyway.
behind bars.
So anybody voting no? As
No.
to having our new companion?
No, I vote yes. No?
You voted yes. I'm saying this as to progress the story further.
Yes, I think that eventually everybody, the vote takes place. Everyone gets
Okay.
their stickers. Arwen is welcomed as part of the new
Perfect.
franchise. You can discuss whether there's like a probationary period, but at least it seems like you are not turned away.
Yeah.
Right.
So, so let's talk a little bit about first. We'll go on a little tour, and maybe you guys can briefly just discuss how you guys are handling the renovations of each room. So first, we have this cistern room. The cistern has now been cleansed of the magical disease that it had been infected with. You guys had some excitement exploring this storage room because it had been set up with a trap of some alchemist's fire. So you had the second interior fire of the adventure, exploring that, but no one was hurt unrecoverably. So, what are your plans for those two rooms? Any special ideas? I mean, we can go and look at everything first if you'd prefer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
let's
have
look at everything
3.
first, and because I don't have any ideas for
Sure.
those things.
I have
an idea
3
for
older
one of the
sisters
rooms,
and
but-
1 younger brother.
Let's say that when we get to it.
Yeah. So let's look at everything, then we'll come back around. So you right now have this big chasm in it that was filled with a lot of dead bodies. You probably want to clear those out. There was this tunnel that was clearly like a secret escape tunnel, but it had been collapsed, so it's probably going to take some significant excavation to redig it, but, could be redug. There's a little bunk room over here. These guys are not currently present, although we'll decide what they're up to in a moment. So a little bunk room, although there was fire in there, so there's not anything left of those beds presently. This is a room that had anything that was once in it cleared out because it was used for a ritual space to create a portal to the far realm. It was kind of gross, left a mess. This is a workshop, also most recently used for necromantic work. Also gross.
This place is terrible.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
It was even worse when we first got here.
I mean, it's very big.
Yeah.
That's nice.
So this is an office / bedroom, like private bedroom. Some various these S's are doors that are like you've mapped them all, but they are certainly secret doors when they are closed. If you don't know they're there, they're hard to find. This is another room that could just be a multi-purpose room, but was most recently the purpose was to store a bunch of dead bodies. Some miscellaneous storage rooms here, including ones that had coffins in them. And then, of course, these prison cells. You've got a hallway in here where there was obviously once a trapdoor that covered this big pit, but the trapdoor has like rusted off its hinges, and so the pieces of it are just sitting at the bottom of the pit right now. And then so that's the tour. So let's talk about over the next couple of weeks. How are you sort of making this place livable?
Well, that pit, at least put I think actually filling it in would be a good idea because we don't need a pit trap in our office.
Who owned this place? What?
So your major domo is accompanying you on this because, of course, she worked for the previous franchise who made their headquarters here before they were attacked and it was taken over by a necromancer. But she explains that the pit was pre-existing, but the Fellowship of the Golden Mongoose liked it. They saw it as it's a defense as long as it's a defense if someone were to ever attack, and yet it proved utterly useless in that regard here. But theoretically, if there were to be stupid people attacking, they might fall in it. But otherwise, it does present somewhat of a workplace hazard.
Well, we put a couple of walking boards over it. It'll be fine.
Certainly will do in the meantime.
Yeah.
And it's not exactly a high traffic situation there. I mean, we don't want to be going in and out of secret doors all the time.
Right. So like the next time you guys go through there, you see that at Gilda's direction, Gorko has laid a couple of big pieces of lumber over it so that you could cross it. And there's also been a sign pointing on the wall, pointing down to it that says "Danger Hole."
There's a
Perfect.
long go.
Gorko is so good.
Yeah, we love Gorko. Most value. He was the MVG yesterday. Most valuable goblin.
Yeah. Essentially, what was happening is that he just kept rolling like crit after crit, and he kept stealing the kill shot on like everything that you guys fought.
Yeah. I recommend that we, if we are going to fill in that chasm, that we put the dead bodies and use it kind of like as a mass grave. And then we can dig out the tunnel and fill in the chasm with the debris from the tunnel excavation.
I disagree with this,
Okay.
mostly because that is not a good way to bury things. That's how you invite necromantic abilities.
You want ghost? That's how you get ghost.
Exactly. I was thinking we do a big funeral pyre for all of these bodies.
No fire inside.
Not inside, but outside.
Haul it all outside and burn it out there. Yeah.
And that way we don't have a risk of zombies. Almost every religion is covered with a funeral pyre. Unless they're dwarves, and that would be a whole other bag of worms.
Why?
Bag of worms will also work instead of a pile, instead of a fire.
Yeah, you're right.
So I do think we should excavate the tunnel, because then that's just another way out, and maybe make it more of a stable thing, like shore it up and maybe.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. But we could still put the debris from the excavation into that fissure and fill it up.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Certainly as a starting point, just to, probably you're not going to have a finished floor soon, but you could certainly fill it in a bit and make it not quite so hazardous if someone were to slip and fall in. It's not so far to fall.
Yeah. Where is the main entrance? If we have people in for business conferences and things like that, where would they be entering?
Oh, they should not be coming down here.
Well, okay. Here's the difficulty that you have presently with that concern is that this right here is the only entrance to this cellar other than that tunnel. Right, that you could dig that leads out into the woods in a hidden entrance. So this would be the primary entrance, but this is what used to be the cellar entrance for a grand manor on a hilltop that is currently in utter ruins. It is not even a burned out shell. It's like someone burned it out and then knocked it down and then kicked the ashes around.
And then blew it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And
So
then someone tried to rebuild it, and then that got blown up.
Well, the most accessible area needs to be an office for handling all our documents, for meeting potential clients. I know that you don't want them here, but that is how business is done. And so I recommend that room 2 be set up as a communal office for everyone except for our wonderful decisionist, who clearly needs a private office.
I wasn't saying that. I was more saying that we need a top floor where that way people aren't having to come down into the basement. So once we get
Gilda
the top
will
floor,
say that is an excellent long-term plan, and that is in fact what the Fellowship of the Golden Mongoose was intending to do. But your current monthly fee does not extend to the building of a new building. So we could arrange for that construction to be done, and it would need to either come out of your own finances, or it would need to be accompanied by a commensurate increase in your monthly franchise fee. But at present, basic renovations of making this space livable are included within your existing monthly fee. Which, incidentally, let's talk about that. Let's get that. So I believe that this current headquarters, where is that amount? Franchise costs. Yeah, so as is explained to you in the contracts that you signed and everything, that your current headquarters, if you're, since you're choosing to make this place your headquarters, is that normally a large manor would be a monthly fee of 350 gold. However, obviously, you do not have a large manor here. You have the ruins of a large manor with an extensive cellar, right? And so they have previously assessed that what you have is kind of the equivalent of a guild hall, an underground guild hall, right? And that would be, so your franchise owes a monthly fee of 120 gold per month to the home office. And part of that expense covers Gilda's salary, Gorko's salary, Patsky's salary. You can hire one more laborer as well from the town as you see fit, and that would also be covered. And doing the work of making this place livable, like they arranged that you now own this property, and what you can have your staff assigned to do is making it, livable, right?
Yeah.
Building the new manor and the upkeep of such would require you to either pay for that yourselves, or you would have to increase your fee up to the large manor rate.
Gotcha. Okay.
And it would take time to do that anyway, right? So, no, she points out, like, I love the way that you are thinking, and as you can see, there were attempted renovations of doing exactly that before they were blown up. So, I absolutely concur that is an excellent plan for the future, but we should probably try to make sure we've got a cash flow first.
Yeah.
Understood. Okay.
So I think room number 1 here is an excellent kind of entryway. Kind of the water feature is as a real solid. Makes a solid impression. Coming in, signifies purity and tranquility, and really kind of gives us.
It also has the door,
and it has the front door. So I think that's a great place to have for an entryway. Might put a receptionist desk down here, and then back here we can put the main office where we keep all of our primary documentation and any workspace for those of us who need to have time in and quiet for that kind of thing. So I think that's probably the best use of this room here.
Yeah, with that trick trap door.
No, that was the alchemist's fire trap. So I'm going to remove
Okay.
that little symbol.
So
All right, if there are no objections, then we'll make that a plan.
and that all has the additional advantage that any visitors would not be seeing any of our secret doors.
Right. And not coming too far in to the living quarters.
Yeah, so we got
All right.
lobby and reception / guest conference room.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
there's a secret door down here that goes back to the rest of everything. Otherwise, it just looks like there's a thing.
We'll put a little sign up on the next door that says employees only. Or yeah.
Yeah.
All right. And so let's see. I'll make the the current bridge over the pit. But currently, no one really has to go that way. It's just shorter to get to certain areas if you if you need to go that way. What about the?
Well, when it comes to filling in the fissure, if people are wondering how we're going to get the material, there's some mines
Oh
that
yeah.
we can get.
Oh, certainly. Yeah. There's no shortage of
Phil.
material. That's you can make arrangements for all of that.
I'm sure it could be. Yeah, the miners wouldn't mind getting rid of some of that stuff for cheap because it's like, why haul it miles away when you can just haul it down the road.
All right. So, are you going to restore this room as a bunk room? This one in the corner, now that it's sort of been cleaned up from the fire.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so.
All right.
Yeah.
So for the whole group, you probably need a second one, but that can be one of them, right?
Yeah.
What about this ritual space?
I think that'd be a great, at least somewhat of a common area.
Yeah.
Get some couches in there and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remove all the rest of the runes and the blood and
Oh yeah.
Of course.
Of course.
We could add a plant.
Yes.
Yes.
A table, maybe a some counter space for cooking.
Couches.
Yeah.
This place look bad. It look very bad, but something remind me of home. I like the stone and under the dirt. Like
In the mountains.
Yeah.
So just generic furniture shapes there.
Yeah.
It's abstract. You don't get it. 'Cause, you're just
Theater
not
of the
sophisticated
mind.
enough.
It's
Abstract furniture cost less.
Yeah, exactly. Yaskrin knows what's up.
Yeah.
All right. So we got a workshop here that could certainly stay a workshop.
I
Yeah.
think that's a good idea for our people who like to tinker.
Yeah. I would love
Yeah.
space.
Okay.
Research area for Yalskrin.
Yeah.
I
So we
can
got the
share and small.
private office / bedroom here that could probably be retained in that function, or it could be made into the second the second bunk room for anybody.
Yeah.
Second
I
bunk
think,
room is good.
Yeah, second bunk room.
All right.
The little alcove next down the stairs from it, I'd like to put up make it an area for all the shrines of the different deities that we all venerate.
This one here.
Yeah. Just anybody who wants to put up a symbol of their deity or whatever is welcome to, and Draylin will spend a lot of time there. So maybe put like a couple of benches there.
Sure.
Where do stairs go?
Oh, the stairs go up to
Yeah, it's
that bunk
basically
room.
just it's a secret passage from this room to that room.
Yeah.
Since this would be an employees only area, would we have all the secret doors marked so they're not secret?
Well, I think once you guys know where they are, it's easy enough to open them. The key is just to have them not look like doors if you don't know they're there.
Yeah.
So what about this room that used to have coffin storage that's kind of adjoining? So Gilda recommends that it is sometimes comes in useful for a franchise to maintain an area to hold unruly guests of the franchise.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you might just leave that intact. But what about this room adjoining it here?
That was shockingly empty.
No, well,
I
there's
think
that
The
one, but
coffin
also
room.
but also this room with the coffins in it.
I
And
think
the
the room that is shockingly empty should be an armory.
Okay.
Although that's not really a good idea if
Nearby
you're going to
one of the
have
bunk
prisoners right next to the armory.
Well, no, not necessarily, because I mean, if the prisoners are escaping, right? Like, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, the goal is that they don't escape, right? So I mean,
Right.
it's like,
Okay. I think that's a not right now problem because we
Okay.
don't have any prisoners.
I think the right area right outside of the jail should at least have like a basically a safe for any weapons of people that go in the jail.
mhm.
So so if we so that way there can be some separation.
Yeah.
So someone with a mage hand can't go and grab what they need.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was thinking that upper room would be.
Yep.
Well, all you
useful.
have to do is not keep the keys in the room with the cells.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the store. Use that northernmost room there as of that group as a storage area, and it'll probably be shockingly empty for the time being as well.
Yeah. All right.
But one thing, I mean, if the one thing we do need is a private office for our decisionist.
No, I'm not having a private office.
Oh, okay.
She's one of those bosses.
Oh, okay.
I
I
want
hope
to be
you
where
got
they
a-
can
I'm
see
meeting with
everybody all the
people-
time.
If I'm meeting with people, it's probably going to be outside or at the local tavern or something.
All
Or
right.
in the guest office, like the front.
If it's necessary.
I'm gonna put us back over here. So we've got you're getting your headquarters kind of set up, and let's talk about where everybody else in the franchise is at the moment. I think perhaps for Katalis as the cartographer, it makes sense that he's going to take a couple of weeks to basically sort of just get the lay of the land. Explore, get eyes on instead of relying on the maps from other people to get the existing territory. So does that make sense for everybody?
Yeah.
And also, could basically he be delivering a letter of introduction from Billy to neighboring areas of
Oh, certainly that can be sort of a side task as
Yeah.
he encounters people in the area.
that way Billy can contact other secretarians possibly.
Well, I mean, there's not going to be any other
Or at least-
secretarians in your territory.
Well, I mean, like, okay. Okay.
I mean,
I-
handing out your pamphlets to everyone in the area for sure.
Yeah.
Vandalin Branch of Acquisitions Incorporated under new management.
Yep.
Yeah, so you can certainly be doing that. But I mean, there's not any other secretarians in your territory, like by definition.
I guess I was misunderstanding how far he's going. Okay.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, like, he's mapping your territory, right? Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So in any event, we've also got Feldspar, who is your Hortz person, who perhaps you guys, we can say that what he's doing is he's getting some of your these business ventures that you've discussed up and running, right? Like you met Thetsis, the lizard person,
Yeah.
who had
Yeah.
their party, their tribe has a bunch of valuable algae that can be made into
Potions of water breathing.
Potions of water breathing. And you also met the Split Fig sisters who sell various high quality herbs and spell components and stuff like that. And so you do eventually discover that yes, there was an unpleasant couple of days, but that you saved their lives, so they're not inclined to feel too bad about that.
We
Yeah.
didn't know. We're
Well,
sorry.
they're saying, look, we're not holding it against you. We're answering your question that happened, but we would
Yeah.
still like to do business.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Where they're, they would rather not still be a desiccated corpse in a prison cell. So, a couple of days of digestive distress is, if those are the choices,
Yeah.
they know which one they prefer.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if their knowledge of herbs and such can actually help them.
Reduce the symptoms.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
They have some training in knowing how to deal with diseases of that type. And so you've got Feldspar and Kip, and is that everyone that we're missing presently? I think so, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we
So-
already talked about Hollis.
So we could say that Feldspar is getting the so-called legitimate businesses wrapped up.
Mhm.
And part of what that requires is, because you guys have your specific territory, which is Phandalin and everywhere within 5 miles of Phandalin.
Mhm.
In order to make the most of some of those businesses, where you really want to be selling those potions of water breathing is in like Waterdeep or the big cities, right? Which is
Right.
obviously outside your territory. But what you can be arranging, for example, is that lizard folk would have the algae outside of your territory, but if they come here to sell it to you,
Mhm.
and if you have a buyer from Waterdeep come here to buy the potions, everything's
Okay.
in your territory, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And so you are making contacts outside of your territory, but doing business in your territory,
Mhm.
right? That's the idea. And so setting all that up requires work. So though we can say Feldspar is taking care of that, is doing that stuff. And
We
they
set up a
Kip is
distributorship.
taking care of
with
the
her.
shadowy stuff.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Kip is reconnecting with his various smuggler contacts, and basically, I think probably doing double duty in the sense of trying to reestablish to everyone who's kind of doing those sorts of businesses in the area, of saying, all right, we're the new player in town. We are paying attention. If we can work together, great. If you think that you can't work with us, make alternative plans.
Mhm.
And so I think Kip is probably doing that, and that's why Kip and Feldspar are not around, and Catalyst, as we mentioned, is exploring. So as those players return, we can resolve how successful they've been in their efforts. But otherwise, what are the rest of you getting up to in this couple of weeks? And so
Well-
there are some of the. So I'm sorry, I ask a question, wait, and then keep talking. But so there are the downtime activities that were in that Google Doc, but also you can just tell me whatever you think your character would get up to, and we'll decide how to resolve.
I know Draylin is going to be working on the philanthropic enterprise.
Yeah?
So that the locals don't hate us so much.
Sure. So
Um,
what are you doing? Are you helping to like revitalize the town? Like, what is
Yeah,
the philanthropic
I'm
enterprise?
helping to clean up the town, and then when we have the outside business come to our area,
Mhm.
I'm taking all of our clients to local businesses
Okay.
and giving them this is how charming our village is, and bringing in more business to the inn, to the tavern. I'm definitely helping clean up the sleeping giant, because oh my god, needed to be done.
Well, Grista is. I think Grista, the proprietress of the Sleeping Giant, is we'll say reluctant in the extreme at first.
Yeah.
Because first of all, it's an implied insult into the way she runs her business,
Yep.
that it needs fixing. And also, who the hell are you, and why are you messing around with what I'm doing? And also, like, maybe I like it this way. but after you realize that it would be a relatively small amount of gold in her pocket to make her stop complaining about it, I think that's
Yeah.
what it takes. But yeah, so part of this activity does incur 50 gold pieces
Sure.
as part of this enterprise that you're performing. But that's part of where that gold goes. And then
Right.
also you're just doing the big sort of networking function. You're doing a town beautification project that is simultaneously networking opportunity, right?
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
community cleanup day sort of thing, right?
Mhm.
So based on that, let's say, what ability check do you think that is persuasion probably the one that makes
Yeah.
sense, you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
So you are not the documenter or occultant, so you don't get a bonus for that. But so you certainly get to make this persuasion check, and we'll
okay.
see how it goes.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty. Hey, God. 19.
Very good. The cause shows serious improvement, and the franchise is heralded for its actions. Donations to the cause pour in, allowing the franchise to skim a management fee of 500 gold pieces.
Very nice.
Yeah.
So not only
Somebody
is
add
the
that to
town,
the group fund.
yeah, so the town is substantially more on your side, and you got a little cream off the top. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
very nice.
And
500?
also every
500.
like third night I have our friend whose name is escaping me right now.
Sildar.
Sildar. I have Sildar coming and getting public speaking lessons from me, I guess.
Sure, sure. So let's get a succession of 3 persuasion checks.
Okay.
Who is Sildar?
So
Uh,
Sildar is the mumble-mouthed politician who has good ideas and
right.
is a good guy, but doesn't speak very well.
Okay.
Okay.
Former adventurer who's lost his nerve.
Yeah. When he's speaking one-on-one, he is very evocative and personable, and you just can see the charisma. He's just
Well, so go ahead and roll, but I think as you work more with him, what you realize is that this guy used to be
Yeah.
classic hero adventurer, but he had a real rough go of it several years back where he was taken prisoner, he was tortured, it was real bad. And he had to be rescued by a bunch of low-level heroes who did save him and brought him back to town, but he's just really never recovered. He second guesses everything he does.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically his deal.
So my first roll was an 18.
Okay, that's pretty good.
My second roll was an 11.
Mm-hmm.
And my third roll was a 17.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're making substantial progress with him, and you find that even though you're kind of spinning it as like elocution and public speaking lessons, what you realize working with him is it's really just a matter of you need to just help him get his confidence back.
Yeah.
But you're
So
making,
I'm helping him get excited about his plans.
Yeah. Well, and on top of that, you manage to include him in your successful charity operation and make it seem like he is a an active partner in the whole thing, which technically you make him actually an active partner.
Yeah.
But you get he gets to share in some of that credit as a result, and you feel like the public opinion is swinging his way a little bit. You do realize, although it hasn't surfaced as a problem yet, Harbin Wesker does not appreciate this.
Oh, I'm sure he doesn't, and I don't care.
Yeah. Well, you might care when he decides to do something about it, but we'll cross that
I
bridge when
will
it comes
care
to it.
at some point,
Yeah.
but right now I
sure,
don't.
sure. Yeah. So, all right. So, what about Arwen? What are you spending your time on for these couple weeks as you're
Well,
establishing?
once I get the franchise's documents in order, which doesn't take long because they don't have that many documents.
Yeah, they're just getting started. There's a lot of forms for that, but Gilda has done a lot of it already.
Yeah, and it would become clear to anyone who's paying any attention to what he's doing that Arwen is perfectly fine with Gilda continuing to handle as much as she's been handling with this. He's not what you would call a go-getter, and in fact, he's kind of lazy, and is probably spending a fair amount of his time hanging out in town at whatever social centers there are, and carousing more than anything else.
Well, so here's the question, because there is, of course, carousing as an activity that you can do.
Yeah.
One potential alternative is you could be schmoozing, but what it comes down to, I think, is largely the same activities, but it's a question of how often do you mention branding, and, it's like, hey, that sounds like a real tough problem. Have you ever considered hiring Acquisitions Incorporated for it? And that sort of thing. You choose which one it is. I'm just giving you the choice.
I'm going to say schmoozing.
All right. Yeah. Okay, so you are also going to be making a persuasion check.
Okay.
Per the book, if you were the obviator, you would gain a +1 bonus. You don't get that one. But a character with a background related to those they attempt to schmooze. Who are you schmoozing with in this town? Are you trying to talk to like the business owners? Are you trying to talk to like the miners, the farmers? Like who are you focusing on?
He's much more interested in the people who have money.
Yeah.
So,
okay. So do you think that his background would tie into that?
Nope, not in the slightest.
Okay. Sure, no problem. So in that case, then you're going to make your own persuasion check.
Okay. Rolled a 17.
Okay. So I think that you're going to be looking at total campaign or like total expenses of like you got to pay money to hang out and party with rich people, right?
Oh yeah.
So we're looking at 100 gold spent out of pocket. But with the 17, you establish the desired contacts and are treated as a trusted friend to the business owners in the community.
Nice.
And I think, if you like, you tell me, this might give you the opportunity to smooth down some of the ruffled feathers from this competing politician.
I think that's entirely something that Arwen would do.
Okay, so maybe you convince him, despite the fact that we are working with your opponent in this race, you know what? Maybe you don't need to be on the town council. Maybe that's not the way to make the most money in this situation. Maybe us all working together and just smoothing out the wrinkles here.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the way to go. Is that what you tell me? But I'm just thinking that's a possibility.
I think I think instead he would be putting a bug in the guy's ear that, I mean, you've seen this guy. He doesn't have a chance. You're this, experienced, knowledgeable politician. You've got this thing in the bag. We're just helping him to improve our brand recognition in the community with the kind of people who like him.
So I'm going to push back a little bit because I don't think he would like that line of reasoning, just based on what had been established so far. Is that he basically is saying, I used to run this town, and then everybody decided, okay, we got to do this town council thing, and it was fine. But then I was realizing that increasingly, like, this town council thinks that it can ignore me, the wealthiest and guy who used to be the most important in town. And so it's clear that if people are going to continue to listen to me, I need to be in charge. And that means I need to win this election. And that means that if you are helping my opponent, you are on the other side from me. And
All right.
he is a lot of bluster in the politics and much more reasonable in terms of business behind the scenes. But he wants to win, and he recognizes that, especially after some of these charitable efforts, it's not in the bag. He's not dumb.
Okay. I was
So
trying to, I was
yeah,
trying to
no.
do the kind of
Well,
yes man thing and shield him from reality.
so
But
what I will offer is that you
Mhm.
can absolutely do that.
Mhm.
But then if he doesn't win, he's going to be pissed.
Mhm.
So it's a little bit like casting friends on someone, right?
Right. Right.
If you
Yeah.
whisper
I
in his
guess.
ear that it's in the bag and then it doesn't happen,
Hmm.
he's going to be angry about it.
Yeah.
So you're allowed to do that. I'm just warning you. That's what this guy is about.
I'm going to go back to our decisionist. After I've kind of gotten in with him, but we're not sure what to do with it yet.
Mm-hmm.
Like, all right, need some strategy here, boss. I've been able to get. I've got this dinner set up with our friend on the council here, and I want to know what you want to do with this contact because I've been able to get his ear, bend his ear. Should I try and convince him that politics just isn't the way to go, and that focusing on his business is going to be more profitable in the long run, or kind of set him up to fail and then he's pissed at us afterwards?
Well, here's the thing: is that his rhetoric is very destructive. Um, Based on everything that we've seen from the moment that we showed up here. And he doesn't show any real plans for progress for
Mm-hmm.
for the town, whereas Sildar has a lot of medium and long-term goals to help the town be more effective and
Right.
help the quality of life
Mm-hmm.
of people.
Right.
So honestly, I think it would be best for everyone if he focuses on his business. Yes, he can attain wealth, but if he wants to get good public opinion and still be as important as he is, maybe he'll show up at some of the philanthropic stuff that we're doing for town beautification. Because more business in town means more money for him, means
So let
better
me
for the
simplify this into a BioWare style choice.
we do not support him as town council.
Let me simplify this. He has made it clear
Mhm.
that despite his public rhetoric, he is absolutely not only willing but very interested in working with you guys under the table.
I don't believe him though.
Oh, okay, I'm telling you
I know.
Okay,
I know.
I'm telling you this is the choice that you guys are making.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Do we want to make lots of money or do we want to make the town better? And it's not obviously only one or the other, but it is which one is the priority. That is the choice you're making right now.
Arwen says, the thing is, money is the ultimate greaser of axles and smoother of ways. And we have that, then we have lots more choices. So I'm on the money side. But if you want to do something else, you're the decisionist.
It's
Point
true.
I
Yes, Billy.
made the well, if we improve the town, get a larger base, then there's more money to be had. You get if everybody in town has a better living conditions, they're more productive at work. They're more likely to have money to spend.
Yeah, it's a longer term, but it's more hypothetical, but possible. You could call for a vote.
Yeah.
Decisions.
I'm thinking that's the way to go is to vote for it. So all those in favor of backing Moneybags McGee, raise your hands.
Not to bias you, but
Arwen unapologetically votes for the money.
Anybody else for the money? Okay.
Money would be nice, but I
you're
don't.
muted, Lee. But it sounds like you're raising your hand.
Bug has to raise his hand, just because it's like that's what the home office is going to want us to do. They don't care about the status of the town, just so long as we can pay our dues and
Right,
get,
and
that's what they want.
But
Is the
what
money.
you want?
I want to be able to take care of my family, and that means I need money.
Yep, that's a valid concern. Anybody else? So we
I
got
wish
two.
to research spell and thing, but it's very expensive.
Okay.
well, because you guys also know, you choose to make the town better. You can certainly still do other things to make money. Likewise, if you go with the money bags, you can
get
still
more
do
money
other
up front.
things to make the town better. It's not only one or the other.
Yeah.
It's just which one is the focus.
On this particular question.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think I like
Story
towns.
Bridge.
Towns nice.
Okay. Billy,
Town.
town.
Still comes
Quick
down to
decision is
Still
to come up with a
comes down
decision.
to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pray on it. Pray on it.
All right.
And if it's an even number, it'll be Moneybags McGee, and if it's an odd number, it'll be the town. And that's cocked. What did I say?
Evens is money bags.
Okay, then we're going with Moneybags.
All right. So you are nonetheless still helping Sildar get his confidence back,
Yeah,
Yes.
but
yeah.
but you are working with behind the scenes to kind of work with Harbin to say that we've kind of changed the question a little bit from what Arwen was originally kind of deciding between, but the idea is if you're actually helping Sildar get his confidence back, but you're actually also behind the scenes kind of working a little bit to say, yeah, Sildar's great. He's a big hero. I think he's a real asset to the town. But, Harbin has the experience, right? Like, he knows what he's doing. He's rich already. That probably means he wouldn't steal from the town.
And so what I would end up saying to Harbin is that in the event that you do get on the council, I would highly recommend making Sildar an advisor because he has some very good medium and long-term plans for the town.
Oh, sure. I'll have all the best people.
I am highly recommending it, and that's all I can say because I have nothing nice to say.
No. Yeah, no. Hey, we're having fun.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to briefly skip you, Mark.
Kip's gonna kill me.
Well, this is an ongoing situation. It's not the election yet, so we'll get there.
Yeah.
Bug, what are you up to during these 2 weeks?
I think that Bug is going to be helping out with the various businesses around the town. Helping out in what season is it? Is it fall or is it
fall? So
fall?
So they're coming up to harvest season for the orchard. So a lot of the farmers are very busy right now.
Mm-hmm.
The miners are, they're in kind of a transitional phase because they certainly do keep mining in the winter, but they transition more to the deeper mines where, they're not impacted by the weather.
So I think Bug will be actually physically helping out with the different businesses, helping out with the harvest, helping out with the mines, kind of getting a lay of the land kind of thing, to so that the next time he and Snug get together, they can decide whether or not they're moving the family to Phandalin, or if the family's going to stay in Waterdeep and he's going to remain in Phandalin.
Okay, I think that probably still fits schmoozing best.
Probably.
So you want to make a persuasion check. You are the obviator, so you actually get a +1 to that.
Okay.
And I think that you're working with the workers, and so this is only 10 gold. But you know, the
Okay.
people you're working with don't necessarily have as much power as individuals.
Okay.
So you got spend 10 gold and make persuasion +1.
Okay. That's a dirty 20.
Very nice. Yeah. So you also
Shocking.
establish some desired contacts and are treated as a trusted friend by the people you become known to the town as a helpful representative of Acquisitions Incorporated. You're making friends here in the town.
Yeah. Yeah. Tell the miners, if if you're digging deep and you accidentally run across something horrific,
Mm-hmm.
give our branch a call and we'll come help you thrash it out.
All right. So, Billy, how about you?
Well, my computer just did something weird, so I can't actually see any of you. So,
Okay.
but I'm obviously still on the call. So, what exactly would marketeering be?
Well, it's basically like marketing. The things that you would it's like advertising.
Okay, I think that would be what Billy would do.
Okay. So what we're gonna do is you're going to be making, depending on how you are pursuing this, we'll figure out what check it is. You're gonna spend 100 gold at least, or you could decide to spend more and get bonuses to the roll. And then if you are the secretarian, you get an additional +1. And so the question is going to come down to, how much are you spending on the effort? And that will have an effect on, on how well it goes.
See, I think um, how much extra would it be for any bonuses?
Basically, it's in 100 gold increments.
Okay.
So
I
you
think
have to spend 100. You could spend more than that, multiples.
I think I'll spend 200 to
All
and
right.
basically making sure everywhere every appropriate place I can make sure there's flyer, make sure that everyone who might need our services knows where we are, knows how to find us. Yeah.
Yeah. So you are
maybe.
yeah. Okay. So you are going to make a persuasion roll for that, I think, and whatever
Okay.
your normal check would be, you're adding +2 to that.
Okay. Well, that's a 14. Wait, no. 17.
Okay. I just realized that the way this is structured in the book here is that we're going to essentially, you're going to have 3 aspects of it. So you have that the flyers seem to be a success. You get them distributed far and wide. People do seem to be looking at them. It's an attractive design. So you think that goes well. What's another sort of prong of your marketing effort?
I think come up with some sort of jingle,
Mm-hmm.
like a thing. I'd say he'd sing it, but he doesn't. But he can't carry a tune in a bucket. But kind of a saying. It's like, whenever you're in Harrow, go to the go for the arrow.
Mhm.
And
Hey,
like
got a
that kind of
problem?
thing.
We'll solve it.
Yeah,
Check
something
out
like that.
AI. Well, the problem resolves it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. So yeah, but you come up with a little jingle. Go ahead and make a persuasion on that. And I think actually one of your specific secretarian skills says that you can apply your proficiency bonus to. Um,
Okay.
I mean, you
So
tell me if it does. I don't have it up. I think it did.
it's to convince a crowd that of your good or a suspicious crowd of your good or at least not evil uh, um, intent.
Okay, well, there's a whole thing though, right? There's a whole paragraph there. It says suggests other things. Am I wrong? Okay. Well, I don't
Let
have
me
it
just
up. I'll open it up. But there was
let me look at it.
specific. Okay. So, um, I, this is
Encourage
not.
franchise hirelings to work faster or improvise a jingle.
Yes.
Okay.
See, that's why I was
Okay.
specifically. Yeah.
Do does this still get the +2 from?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
So yes.
well, that's an 11.
Okay. Yeah. So let's see. This one, you find that it seems like it's going well at first, but then you start hearing people complaining about how annoying that really catchy jingle is. So that one's didn't go over quite as well, unfortunately. But what? Let's get one more prong of this whole effort.
Okay. Uh, so flyers, jingles, yeah, just uh, like talking to people at the minor things uh, and basically talking to business owners. What?
Okay, just networking, but
Yeah,
in this specific marketing context.
yeah.
It's how about this? It's not like the schmoozing. What it is like going to the miners exchange and giving a presentation on
Okay.
here's how Acquisitions Incorporated can work for you. All
Okay.
right, so let's
Persuasion as well.
yeah.
Let's see. 12.
Okay, that one also is not unfortunately like as receptive. You got a lot of glassy-eyed looks, unfortunately.
Okay.
So you the flyers worked out well, but overall you feel like you kind of ended up like things are going okay, but you haven't really provided any specific additional benefit. Like you certainly haven't hurt anything,
Well,
but
that's
you yeah. But unfortunately, it's the whims of the market doesn't always cooperate. You're trying to read the fortunes of public interest. It doesn't always work out. So, Mark, the reason I skipped over you is because I was anticipating that it might be that Yoskrin would be studying the Orrery, but I don't want to put that on you necessarily. What were you imagining?
So curiosity will win out for Yoskrin to a certain degree.
Mm-hmm.
Yoskrin, I have to say his own name properly.
Yeah.
And what would happen would be kind of a pattern on a regular daily basis of him going into the town and kind of head on a swivel looking around this strange place he's never seen before because he never actually came here before. He kind of skipped that part.
Yeah.
But and leaving the orrery behind in the workshop, but only being able to stay out for about an hour or two before he starts to think about the orrery and it being vulnerable where it is, or just the questions that it raises in mind being too distracting for him to stay out for very long. So there's a pattern kind of every day of him waking up refreshed, nods to the orrery, walks into town, starts to meet some of the people, and then by about noontime, kind of going back. He's also still very poor, and he's still wearing the ragged clothing he first came in with, the wires to essentially tie things together. But tries to do things like amusing children, or even possibly setting out a hat and letting the mouse run for a little while
Okay.
to gather a little attention, talking to people. He's also trying to figure out if there's anyone he can learn magic from here, because he'd like to extend his studies.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, one, I would say, like, you could certainly be poor on a personal level, but you have access to party funds, right? So this is
I have no idea. That's all been established when he wasn't around, so I have no
okay.
idea.
Well, I'm telling you.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Draylin would insist that we get you outfitted with something that is not threadbare.
Right. And just so you know, Whim did send back a colorful tunic for you.
Oh, well, he would wear that.
So-
of course. Absolutely.
Yes. So it's
And so I think that what we kind of discussed, and maybe we didn't say so on the stream, was that your role in the organization, and as you sign into the franchise, would be special projects research of the Orrery.
I would like to pause for a moment
Okay.
Yeah.
because our goal was just reached.
Oh,
Yeah.
check it out! Look at that!
Ah!
Yay!
Eh,
I just noticed that myself. That's great.
Yeah, awesome.
Sorry. Okay, I'm
We did
done
it,
now.
everybody.
Stream's over. Bye.
Yeah. So, so I didn't want to necessarily put it on you, but that seemed like a reasonable option, just given that all of the other roles, the primary roles, are filled, unless there was some
Well-
other idea you had.
And after those venturing out, that's exactly what he goes back to do. Is back to the workshop,
Mm-hmm.
trying to puzzle this thing out. And people would see the workshop kind of in a sort of disarray, but taking a moment, you kind of realize that everything is laid out very, very exactingly. Tools are laid out. When he goes back to his workshop, he actually puts his jacket, his tunic back on, as you realize that many of his tools are actually in pockets that are built into the inside of the jacket, and the wires occasionally are used
Mm-hmm.
in what he's building and working on. Often you'll find the mouse disassembled, on one side, taken apart and laid out in very specific patterns. Chalk outlines are across the floor and across the walls, as he's both combining mystical and tincturing knowledge to try to figure out what this thing actually looks like.
Very nice.
Probably long into the night too, because he has no reference for sunlight and honestly seems to feel happier in the dark.
Cool. So I think your research would fall into the category of scrutineering,
Okay.
researching study. And so if you are willing to spend 100 gold pieces for research materials and other assorted costs from the party funds, we're going to have you make an investigation check. You can spend additional gold to gain an additional bonus on the check.
So he'd very humbly come probably to Bug. Bug is the person that Yoskuden seems to know the best. Excuse, I wish to know more about the thing, but I do not have a resource, and there are parts that I could get made or fix, or things I could build to make me help understand things.
okay.
Right.
So you need money to fund the research. Okay, I got that.
Thank you.
And so I will take him to company stores. And who is our hordes person?
It's Feldspar.
Feldspar. Okay, our hordes person is not actually
Well, running
actually
the
there.
business. You know, we don't
Yeah.
have them as a player right at the moment, but yeah, that's what Feldspar's doing.
Yeah. So Feldspar's the person who's in charge of our funds. Just tell him what you need, and he'll get you the money that you need for the parts and your
Okay.
supplies.
Thank you. And gives a Bug a hug.
Yeah.
The explanation to Feldspar is probably really confusing to Feldspar, because he starts talking about the parts he needs and not the costs, until Feldspar probably says, no, just tell me the money. And then lay out basically the 100 gold worth of cost that he has.
Mhm.
Actually 150 gold, because there's a component that I actually need for a spell that I probably should have
sure.
picked up before. Which is actually technically for chromatic orb, and I forgot, which is the diamond.
Okay, sure. You guys can decide, but I have no objection.
Yeah.
All right, so go ahead and spend that money and make an investigation check.
Investigation, just the basic one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you spent an additional 100 gold, you could get another +1. The Documancer gets an additional bonus, but I think we'll give you this an additional +1 because your role in this case is actually specifically for this purpose.
Okay. Yeah, I try. I get the natural 2.
Natural 2.
So total of 9.
Yeah. So here's a question for all of you. The You recovered the timepiece of travel that the Fellowship of the Golden Mongoose had. And so far, the decision prior to your reemergence, Gilsgren, was to not add the timepiece of travel to the Orrery, despite the fact that it clearly wants to be. So what have you done with it since then?
It's been in my pocket.
So after Yaskrin came out, did you let him know that you had it?
I completely forgot about it. And it's not until I noticed Yaskrin tinkering that I remember.
You probably pass nearby and hear a lot of very angry, incomprehensible words coming from the tinkering lab, where he's been frustrated and not being able to make any progress.
And I'll knock on the door. Yaskrin, you okay?
Guys, sorry, I was loud. It's not working. Nothing work. I can't make this go to here and that go over this.
Hang on. And I check my pockets and I finally find it. And I'm like, we found this. It might go with that. Just be careful with it and study it before you attach it.
Walk over and gingerly take it. What?
So I think Yoskrin, for reasons that you are not entirely sure of, you know it instantly. You see it and you recognize immediately. Oh, it's the timepiece of travel. It's the piece that goes right there.
So there's a moment of confusion, then the eyes go wide, and he pulls it out of your hands very quickly. Yeah, and runs over and snaps it in place.
Yeah, and it's like a magnet. It leaps out of your hands almost and just goes.
This is what miss. It has this part missing still, and this other one, but this make different. Yeah.
And in fact, as you look at it fixing in place, you realize you can now interpret. You know where it last. So it was last used to teleport someone, and you know where.
This has magic. He still sound heat. He still have some magic. I show and I cast silent illusion or minor illusion.
The last time it was used, there was a tiefling that disappeared, but they don't know where she went. Mm-hmm. And I'm telling this to Yaskrin.
Do I know where, or how do I? What sense do I have?
You can tell now where it sent the person that used it last.
How do I? What sense of that do I have? Like a vision of the place, or
just intuitively know? You have a mental picture in your head of a lighthouse on a coast, and but it's a place that you actually.
Sorry, it's lighthouse from yesterday's game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I wonder if they're related.
It's all connected.
But yeah, you have just like a magical sense that it is your attunement to the orrery that just you just know where it is.
And I cast a minor illusion upon the wall, kind of like a shadow play. Mm-hmm. It has a tall building with a light on top. Look, something like this. This thing. That is where the person go.
Okay.
I think at this point, like maybe Gilda is just walking by, but as she passes and sees this illusion, she just says, "Oh yes, that's the Silent Sound Lighthouse. That's where the Order of the Half Pint headquarters."
Oh, we may know where your tiefling friend is.
Oh, yes, that would make sense. She had a friend with that franchise.
Yeah. So, why don't you write a missive to them and check to see if that is the case, if they've seen your friend, and then we'll go from there?
If you let Billy know, Billy can try and communicate with head office, and they can.
Yeah, so or check with Billy and that stuff.
Yeah, so
I-
if you pass that along again to kind of keep things moving,
Mhm.
what we'll say is that you reach out to head office, and they get back to you after a little bit saying, "We reached out to the secretarian of that franchise to ask them if Talantha Three Coins, the name of this tiefling, had showed up there, and they didn't answer."
Oh dear.
Oh. Huh.
That may be something we have to go and research then.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
may have power. I might be able to allow this the orrery to take us there.
Mhm.
I'm not sure if I know how this all work, but
Right.
with
Well,
this
keep
new part,
researching and
Well,
we'll go from there.
yeah, so what I'm going to go ahead and say to just to move us along is that you learn that what happened with this tiefling is that she attempted to use the power of the timepiece of travel to teleport herself, which is one of the things that it can do. And what you heard about that is that it seems to have teleported her, but left itself behind. It didn't go with her.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but you now, Yoskrin, having studied this more and being more attuned to it, recognize that the magic of each item is made somewhat more unpredictable by the parts all being separated. But now that this piece is attached to the main body of the orrery, you think it should work exactly as intended.
we need more of the pieces to make this work as it should. The travel piece, the one you gave me,
Mm-hmm.
it on its own, it like me in Waterdeep before I meet you all. But
Mm-hmm.
now with you, I can work. But before I have trouble and not always work right.
Right.
Okay, so let me see if I've got this straight. We can use this thing to go to a place where there was another franchise that might have something to do with this tiefling who was researching this object. Why aren't we there already?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Well, let's gather everybody who's around. We'll tell Gilda,
Mm-hmm.
leave a note so that anybody who comes back will know where we are,
Sure.
and we'll give it a shot.
Well, and she points out that, like, that is, of course, one of the primary roles of the major domo is to run the business when the main party is out doing the business of acquiring.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Question.
Yeah.
Point of order. Question. Do we need approval from head office to go to the other franchise and figure out what happened?
So
Who cares?
what I'll say, that is a good question. Who cares? You don't necessarily need to ask them for permission, but you could ask them for permission. Do you?
Billy, ask home office if they want us to investigate why there's no
Response.
response.
Right. And what I'll also point out is that specifically the ruling in terms of your territory is not that you cannot leave, it's that you cannot operate as officially licensed acquisition incorporated representatives outside your territory unless on an approved mission. So you could go there on personal business, but you would not be permitted to, like, use the Acquisitions Incorporated logo or present yourself as a representative outside your territory. You follow me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but if you ask for permission, you might be a sanctioned mission to do that.
Yeah.
And
So
Yeah.
if you ask permission, they grant it, and they say this does seem to represent a pattern of franchises going dark, and that is certainly not good for business. And so, if you are presenting yourselves as available resources for this task, they give you license to proceed.
Okay,
Speaking
excellent.
of, speaking of Acquisitions Incorporated logos, Arwen now has a silver medallion that he wears around his neck that has the Acquisitions Incorporated logo on it. It looks suspiciously like what a holy symbol might look like
Sure.
in the case of this person, but yeah,
Oh no,
that's his.
I love that. I love that.
The rest
Yeah.
of us have patches.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bug has a tie that he wears over this multicolored tunic, and the tie has the Acquisitions logo like at the base where it's the widest, and then it has a little "I voted" sticker right above it.
So let's take a brief bio break if you need it.
Yep.
I do, and then we'll be right back in a moment, and we'll check out the Silent Sound Lighthouse.
Yay! All right, vampin' time. So, thank you so much for watching this special edition of So Many Levels Extra Life campaign. As you saw just a little bit ago, we reached our third stretch goal of $1,000. Thank you all so much for participating. You can still participate and give more, because ultimately all of these funds go towards the Children's Miracle Network, and Christiana has chosen the Boston Children's Hospital for her particular campaign. And there are tons of rewards that I'm sure we're going to be getting to shortly, both for this campaign and for Christiana's So Many Levels regular campaign, or her, the 5 More Minutes morning talk that she does, or you can do a rewatch or a hey, let's watch a movie subject. So those are all fantastic rewards. Or you can just give, because we're giving for kids who are sick, and that is a very worthy goal, according to Draylon Thorngage and me, Spence. So yeah, I hope you all are enjoying this so far. I don't know why I chose to be the vamp person for the last couple years, but I like it, so maybe I just like the sound of my own voice. If you are in the chat, some of us are also in the chat, so you can definitely have some back and forth with us. Who are you in the chat, Mark?
I am in CAF 1, as I am everywhere.
Aha.
ENPAF 1.
And I am Resident Moon. Oh, thanks, Foxy. I appreciate that. And yeah, and so, you know, I love this whole thing. I think it's fantastic. What else? I'm missing something. Tell me what I'm missing.
Well, if you want to dump the link in chat where people can go to the Extra Life page, it does seem to be a lot more responsive today.
There we go. I have done that as well.
Why,
Mark,
thank you.
Your voice makes me wish I had a subwoofer again.
It's really funny because I like to play different voices, and Yoskun have tried to pitch higher.
Uh-huh.
So it's a much higher pitch if I can, but it's hard to maintain for 24 hours.
Do you watch Critical Role?
I am way behind, but yes,
Okay.
I absolutely love it.
You remind me of Caleb's Widowgast, who is in the current campaign and is voiced by Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, I kind of realized that. I was going through. I was like, wait, no, gotta do something. So at least I speak and understand in broken common, and yeah. No, I mean that's a great compliment too, because Liam is fantastic.
I keep finding him in random things that I'm playing or watching. I was just watching Utena. I did a rewatch of Utena, Revolutionary Girl, last week, and found that he was one of the voices that I'm like, I don't know who this is.
Yeah, I started picking him out of everything. That entire crew is so talented, and suddenly you realize you've been hearing them forever.
Yep.
Every video game.
Every video game, and a lot of anime, because they all do the dubs.
And we'll be able to see them in their own soon.
Yeah, I know. I'm super excited. I am on Scarf number 3. If anybody is keeping Scarf track.
Nice.
Scarf Watch 2019.
Scarf Watch. Hey Lee, this is number 3.
Awesome!
Oh yes, Steve Bloom and Jim Cummings are also everywhere. And fun fact, Jim Cummings doing Darth Vader's monologue as Winnie the Pooh is freaking great.
All right, now I have to go look that up.
I'll remind you after the stream
So,
or on the next break.
oh well, I think we're waiting on Nabila still. So,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
so
Well,
but
good. You're back. I'm going to go do my thing.
Yes, I'm back. I just realized that I had not yet made it possible to watch this stream from the Extra Life page, but now I can. I mean, if you're
Oh,
watching
gee.
us here at twitch.tv, that's of course great. There's no need for you to do it elsewhere. But now, if you go to the Extra Life campaign page, you also see our live stream showing there. So I just realized
Nice.
I could have set that up before and hadn't yet.
I mean, to be fair, the Extra Life page has been a little bit
Well, I think it is
under
back up and
unburdened.
running now,
It
but
is now,
certainly,
yeah.
but yesterday it was certainly having trouble, but it does look like it is better for now.
Yep.
Yeah. So I like this little bit of artwork because certainly one of the interesting things to note about this lighthouse is that it is not just dark, but darker at the top.
It's a dark house.
Hmm. Yeah.
All right, bookmarked.
So I was very pleased that just this adventure featured lighthouse related things. Also, I want to just give kudos once again to David, who guessed the riddle that strange old crazy guy gave yesterday. I felt like that was a pretty complicated riddle, but you got it just like that.
Yeah.
So, and of course, there was a mysterious riddle, the answer to which was lighthouse and ominous imagery. But I'm also just pleased because right now there's a movie called The Lighthouse out right now, and it's amazing.
Oh,
I
yeah.
loved it so much. It's so good, but super weird. And so
I'm looking
just
forward to seeing it.
Yeah, I'm pleased to be dealing in more creepy lighthouse imagery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
get
seems
way
to be
distracted.
a trend. You really like weird movies.
Sure.
Yeah,
There's nothing
that's
wrong with
fair.
that at all.
Yeah.
I got distracted during the riddle because it was like greasy ire, and there's like all kinds of other descriptive things, and my brain just went, "Ooh, pictures,"
Yeah,
and didn't have any words left.
Yeah, so let's revisit that riddle just for fun while we're waiting.
here.
Oily smile is in there, but yeah, so let's just revisit the riddle from that from that creepy guy that you met. So the text of the riddle said, sans creepy voice, is: I stand aloof, alone as a savior. I shine my oily smile across the rippling vastness. I, with this beaming, attract and repel. Ignore me and you are lost one way or another. What am I? I think that's a cool riddle, and David got it really fast. I was impressed.
Well, the first time you read it, it's like I didn't actually understand, or before I asked to repeat it, I didn't understand that it was actually a riddle.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like until I said, "What am I?" Is it? Huh.
Sure.
And then it's like, alone, stand alone as savior. Savior. Something stands alone. It's like, yeah. It's like, oh, lighthouse.
Yeah. All right. Looks like we got Lee coming back. We got some food preparation in there in the background. You back with us, Nibilis?
I am back.
Okay.
I'm not back on video, but I am back.
All right. So, let us talk about getting to the lighthouse. So, you guys technically, you don't need to see all of that. What happens is that you have made the decision to use the Orrery of the Wanderer's timepiece of travel function to teleport yourself to the to this lighthouse, following in the teleported footsteps of one Talantha Three Coins, the tiefling member of this franchise. That during the attack on the franchise that killed the rest of her fellow franchisees, she fled, hoping to flee with the timepiece of travel, but unfortunately leaving it behind. Has not been heard from since. And so you are not sure what you'll find exactly, but we'll see.
In an effort to try to see if it comes with him,
Mm-hmm.
he will, Yoskren will strap it to his back, and then with a leather belt attached to the lever necessary to make the activity go on, he'll have that kind of over his shoulder and see if it works. It may not, he doesn't know, but
Okay.
he'll try.
Yeah, so you have an intuitive sense that any of the pieces of this are going to have they have their own powers and theoretically could be used separately, as she did, but potentially with unpredictable results. But you believe that each piece, when attached to the central housing, should work as you would normally expect. Predictable results. So you are fairly confident. All right.
92, 93%.
Yeah. So, as you guys sort of gather around, you're not bringing everyone with you. Some people are staying behind to continue doing their assigned tasks, but because now that you've figured it out, time seems like it's somewhat of the essence. So you manage to you manage to gather around this lighthouse, or excuse me, the orrery. Yoskrin focuses on it, activates the magic, pictures this image of the lighthouse in your mind, and then all of you suddenly find yourself like drifting through time and space with all sorts of incomprehensible images, stars, geometric shapes, strange creatures, everything sort of drifting in and out. And then all of a sudden, you're standing on a beach looking up at this lighthouse. And you can see that this lighthouse, standing up on this bluff, has some scaffolding built up around it. There are tents on the ground out on the beach outside. And that strangely, the top of the lighthouse is not only not lit, but if a lighthouse could actually shine darkness, that's what this lighthouse seems to be doing.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
It's a little cry of happiness as Yoskren kind of does a little jig of it worked, it actually worked. Is it still with him?
Yeah, it came
Aha,
with you as you
we're
hoped.
here. It happened. You remember? You see it? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, we all saw it.
Ah,
Hey,
Good
let's
job.
all check out these tents
Mm-hmm.
real quick.
Yeah.
So you check out the tents and you do some preliminary investigation. Someone make an investigation check. You all certainly notice there's no one around.
19.
Yeah, so you notice as you're checking out these tents, it looks like this lighthouse was undergoing some renovations of its own,
Mhm.
and that this was perhaps where the work crew was staying during these renovations. Because the lighthouse maybe doesn't have as much interior space, or they just didn't want to share it with the workers or whatever. But it seems like this is where a construction crew was staying, at least. If might be more, but that seems at least that.
Is there any sign of a struggle or anything like that?
Yes. There is evidence of a fight from many days ago spread across the grounds. The tents are slashed. There are broken weapons. The tents still have a lot of mundane furniture and gear in them. Kegs of ale, casks of fresh water, boxes of rations, bundles of arrows are all. Oh, you know what? Here's something that I'll add that was not clear when I described it a bit earlier. Now that you have looked at all of these things, you realize that they all feature the Dran Enterprises logo on them.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. But also they are still deserted and beat up and slashed and so on.
no bodies?
No bodies.
Okay.
But hang on, you've also found though a locked chest inside one of the provision crates that is you found inside one of these tents.
Anybody have any lock picking devices?
Bug hefts his great axe. Says, "Will this work?"
Now, hold on. You might damage something inside. Let me give it a try.
Okay.
And
But
so,
you still belong to the people. No?
The people are dead.
Arwen pulls out a little collection of tiny um, tools, all of which have got like the handles of which are shaped like holy symbols, and starts working on the lock.
You're
right.
playing my favorite domain. I'm super
Well,
excited.
it's more complicated than that. I think you don't necessarily know fully what's Arwen's deal yet.
Something not adding. Something wrong here. This is the Dran, yeah?
Yeah.
But this was the place that the acquisitions people come to.
Mhm.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to figure out what's going on, but we also should like look for resources that could help us, like water, rations, potions, etc.
Yeah, so you could certainly probably consider this asset forfeiture.
Yeah.
You know, but it's also clear that whoever brought all this Dran Enterprises stuff were themselves attacked.
Yeah.
But go ahead and make your thieves tools check.
Unfortunately, just an 11.
Yeah, that's not going to do it. You don't break your tool or anything, but it is eluding you at the moment.
Oscar, and I seem to remember you using you had a spell that allowed us to open a door.
I have something that could break it,
Well,
but nothing like.
characters like you used knock earlier.
No, I don't
Nope.
think anyone has knock.
Oh, that must be something else I was thinking of. Okay, never mind.
Billy writes fanfic about our adventures.
Oh yeah.
So that's
In
it.
his
So that's
stories-
a yes for the axe, right?
in his stories, I'm 2.6 meters tall, or
Jen-
feet tall.
Gently, like try to aim for the front of the thing. That way we don't maybe break the.
Maybe keys around here somewhere.
All right, somebody look for keys.
They
I look for
probably
keys.
be on the missing bodies.
Your investigation would have found them if they were
Oh,
there.
okay.
Like
I didn't
you're
see
gonna
any-
not make another check for it.
I didn't see any keys.
I'm going to be away.
Okay. Hey, Bug. Give it some percussive maintenance.
Go ahead and make a strength check
Okay.
or an attack roll since you're using your axe. That works too.
Yeah. I got a 16.
Yeah, so no problem getting the chest open, but also roll a d4 for me.
Okay. All right. 1.
Okay, so that's actually good in this particular circumstance because it means you only break one of the 4 potions inside. So what you find inside this chest is 500 silver pieces,
Nice.
gems that are collectively worth 250 gold pieces, 3 potions of healing, 1 now broken, and a potion of heroism.
Yaruism?
Yes.
Wasn't it 4 potions of healing and then one's now broken, so there's only 3 left?
No. There are 4
Oh, okay.
potions, 3 potions of healing, and 1 potion of heroism. One of the healing potions is broken.
So I will take one of the healing potions.
And we are already in the black. Yes.
Um,
Let's see, my ambiance didn't reset here. Here we go.
I believe the phrase "Don't count your chickens before they hatch" might be in.
so it's just a regular potion of healing.
This egg looks hatched to me.
It's
So-
not an egg. It's a
Yes,
gem.
but that seems like another egg.
All
That's
right.
another egg. That's right.
Yeah. Omelets.
So what you learned about this place just from your communications is that this belonged to the Order of the Stout Half Pint, which was basically an all gnome halfling franchise. But it doesn't look like it's been going great. And so you are now looking up at this lighthouse that has various scaffolding up around the outside of it, but also is kind of standing and is mysteriously, magically dark at the top.
Do we want me to hold on to the potions, or does anybody else want to take a potion?
I'm good on
carrying-
healing. Probably best if you guys hold on to those potions.
I'm carrying the orrery. It's heavy enough.
Okay.
I'll hold on to the potion, and when somebody wants it, just tap me on the shoulder.
All right. So I'll give you one of the potions of healing. I'll take 2 of them.
No, there's only 2.
There's
All
three.
right.
No,
Two
there's
potions of healing.
There's 2.
If we leave out the broken one, there's
Yeah.
2 potions of healing and a
Oh,
potion
okay.
of heroism.
Okay.
Yeah.
The big guy should definitely have the potion of heroism.
Yeah, but we'll hold on. We'll hold off on that until it's necessary. But yeah, you should hold on to that bug.
So, as you guys make your way up to the front door, whoever is up front, make a perception check.
I'll do it, I guess. Yeah, I don't see very much. That is an 11.
Okay. Yeah, so it's a rather sturdy looking wooden door. It does look like it could be, locked with a key, but you haven't tried it yet, obviously, to open it, but to know if it's locked. But it's a pretty sturdy looking door. It seems like it would probably be secure when locked.
Yeah. I want to actually listen at the door and see if I hear any movement inside.
Okay. Make a perception check for that.
Yep. That's a 14.
Okay. Yeah, you don't hear anything inside.
Okay.
Just the surf. The wind and surf of this remote location drowns out any other sound that you might hear.
So I know that this is gonna sound dumb, but I'm gonna try to open the door.
Oh, yeah, I don't think it sounds dumb at all. It seems entirely reasonable given the situation you all find yourselves in.
Yeah.
So, when you go to open the door, you reach out and you turn the latch, and it is locked.
Okay.
Mhm.
Hey, Arwen, you want to give it a second shot?
Certainly.
Okay.
Arwen kneels down in front of the door,
Mhm.
gives it a quick look over, see if there's anything unusual about this lock.
Oh, you want to percept or investigate?
Yeah.
First?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I want
go for it,
to just look it over.
Not a bad idea.
19.
Oh, yes. You discover, looking at it, that there are actually thin wires connected to the lock that run out into the door frame, then up along the building. And then as you peer up following them, in the shadows of this darkness above, you can just make out that part of the scaffolding that is up there conceals a complex mechanism designed to release a rain of arrows from turrets higher up on the lighthouse.
Wow.
Well, that's no good. I'm going to see if I can disable that.
Okay.
I would like to move away.
Yeah, do you warn everybody that they should back up?
Yeah, actually, does anybody in the party have a shield?
I do.
Could you, stand with that up over my head while I do this?
She is a halfling.
Hey, Bug, put me on your shoulders.
So Bug will lift the halfling on his shoulders, and
So I want to suggest as a bit of mental imagery that Bug is using Draylin and Draylin's shield like a shield.
yeah,
Or maybe like an umbrella.
yeah.
I am Draylin the umbrella.
Mhm.
Okay.
Do I need to make
I
a
don't.
strength check?
I don't think that's enough to cover everybody.
No,
No,
but it'd be
just
enough
me.
to cover.
Okay.
I would
yeah.
like to move
Yeah.
away.
All right.
Strength
step
check
away.
got a 21.
No problem. You can lift, Draylen. No problem.
Okay.
But yeah. So who's staying by the door and who's moving away?
I'm moving away.
All right.
Yeah, I think
Yeskinen
it's
is
just
moving away?
me and I think it's just me, Draylen, and
Yeah. So
Arwen.
I think that you, Bug, are choosing to shield either yourself or Arwen with Draylen. So Draylen and one other person are protected.
I think Arwen.
Yeah. That's that. I buy it.
I'm a tough. I'm a bugbear.
Yeah. Okay.
I can take it.
Yeah. All right. So
All right.
go ahead and make your thieves' tools check to disable the trap.
That is a 15.
You are successful.
All right.
You managed to with a clever little like spark maker. You managed to fuse the wires to the side of the frame so that when you disconnect them from the lock, they don't trigger.
Excellent. All right. Now let's go for this lock.
Mhm.
That's only a 12.
It is you know what? That's actually enough once the trap is disabled.
All right. Click, click.
Click click.
And I assume it opens inwards. Most exterior doors open inwards.
Yes. Why not? Yes.
With a flourish, Arwen unlocks the door, unlatches it, pushes it open, and gives a Vanna White reveal gesture.
Lovely. So, let me describe what you see, and I'll put everybody tokens on the map. Also, I'm not really sure why it has the token right there. It makes more sense for him to be like over there. And I will put everyone on there. So we got Bug. Bug. There we go. And Yoskrin. And Billy. And Arwen. And where have I got Draylen? There we go. So who's as you're coming in, I'll just kind of put you all, around here. If you tell me if you feel like you definitely would be in some other position than that.
Fine with me.
All right.
I'm good.
Billy would be a little further back.
All right.
Yoskren is not in the front.
All right. So how about this?
All right, fine.
Alrighty. So then I've got another handout for you. Ooh, oh man, when I lift it up, it's literally translucent. It's without the white background.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So in the center of this square room, carved into the base of the promontory, a circular staircase spirals upward. The area has been emptied of furniture, but a number of parchments and maps are tacked onto the walls. The corpse of a halfling is sprawled beneath one of those maps. It isn't moving. However, the spectral halfling hanging motionless in the air above it is very much in motion as it drifts towards you, moaning. Roll initiative.
Aw.
Yeah.
I was gonna try to be like, hey, brother.
Nah.
You serious?
He's dead and he's not happy about it.
I have 2.
All right. Well, give me a moment.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you were
No
ready.
worries. No, I'm letting you know.
Kiduki.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Draylen got a 2. You said.
Yes.
Okay. Bug.
22.
22. Catalyst isn't there. Billy.
5.
5. Oh, it's on there already. And then, come on. Why is it not? Okay, whatever. Okay, and then. Okay. Arwen.
11.
11. Yoskrin.
I rolled a natural 20, so 19.
Okay, and then who am I missing? I've got Billy on there, Yoskrin, Draylen,
The
Matt.
ghost.
The ghost.
The ghost.
Oh, I thought I put it on there. It disappeared.
Huh.
I rolled a 3. Yeah. Okay. So, we're rolling initiative as this ghost drifts towards you, moaning. Bug, your turn.
You're muted. Oh, never mind.
All you would have heard is Bug going, okay. And he'll run up and hit it with his great axe.
All right, go ahead and roll that attack for me. Chomp, 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 chomp. Oh, well, you probably would only, that I'm not used to that whole reach thing.
Yeah. I love that reach thing.
It's a neat property. It's like, I think it's the only race that gets that, even though some other races are, taller.
Yeah.
Or I guess not necessarily taller, but like Goliaths don't have reach.
It's
Big long arms.
Long arms.
Big long arms.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I got a 22.
A 22 does hit.
Okay, for 12 slashing damage.
Your axe passes through it, and it does tear some of its insubstantial substance away, but you only do about half of the damage you would have expected from such a blow.
Okay. I figured that was gonna happen.
Seems, like, yeah. Could happen.
Yeah. Okay, and from here, Bug is going to actually move two squares right and 1 square up to get out of the way of the spellflingers.
Sure. Okay. Yoskrin.
Okay.
Yeah, zoom
Why?
out a little
No,
bit.
I don't. Oh no. Everybody have to cool it. And I'm going to cast Ray of Frost at the ghost.
Great. I'm just laughing because in Acquisitions Incorporated C Team, which I listened to a bunch of in sort of preparing for this, one of the characters is a Dragonborn who ends up developing a catchphrase of "All right, everybody, cool out." Anyway, Ray of
Everybody
Frost.
chill.
Yeah, go ahead and
14 to hit
14 does hit.
for 8 points of cold damage. And it's slowed by 10 if it hits.
Yeah, so the range, you see the beam hit it, but it just has no reaction at all.
Oh no. I'm going to move then.
Yeah.
To the other side, to the left of the room.
Okay, like over there.
Pretty much.
All right. Arwen.
Okay. Arwen moves to the northwest, up and to the left,
Okay.
till he gets a clear shot.
Mhm. Like that.
So, like that, or one down to the left from there, if that's clear enough.
Yeah.
Okay. And he's going to use Sacred Flame.
All right. Make
Dexterity
a-
save, DC 13.
It gets a 9.
Okay. Let me check the damage on that. That is 1d8. 1d8 radiant damage. 6 points.
Okay. As the burst of holy energy, flares up around it, it does sort of react to that. Doesn't like it.
Okay.
Okay. Billy.
Billy is going to throw fire at it.
Do you move? Right now, you don't have perfect line of sight. Where would you move
So
to?
move kind of just 3 to the right.
All right.
Right. So that's a 21.
Hits.
For the right guy, do 8 damage.
Okay. So you do hit it with fire, and once again, you, like with the axe, you sense the fire passes through it and burns some of it away, but some of the fire just passes right on through and hits the wall. Only does about half damage. All right. It is the ghost's turn now. And let's see, I think you're the closest, Bug, so I think it's probably going to go for you. And I'm just trying to think, like, does he moan anything? He's just kind of saying, yeah, no, I don't think he has no words. You sense that there's nothing left of the halfling that this once was beyond
Buy
just.
shares in Acquisitions Inc.
No, he is like, I was due a promotion.
I want
Yeah.
to talk to
Yeah,
HR.
exactly. So I think, let's see.
Is this the right
Yeah.
room for an argument?
I think what it's actually going to do first here is, as it moans about this, I was due a promotion, and his face just distorts, and it's basically like in Ghostbusters where the library ghost does its thing. That's what it does. So I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw.
Get him, Bug. Is this magic?
Yes.
Dirty
Well,
20 for
technically
me.
it's not a spell, but if it says spells or other magical effects, then that.
Just says magic.
It's not a spell. So I'd say it's not magic in that sense.
Okay.
Is it for being frightened?
Yes.
Okay, then I get advantage.
All right.
Yep. And Bug gets an 8.
Okay. So with an 8, roll a 1d4, Bug.
2.
Arwen has a 12.
Okay. So, Bug, not only are you frightened of this ghost, which means that you cannot make yourself move any closer to it, and any attacks against it would have disadvantage, but also, this is so scary that it literally ages you 20 years.
Oh dear.
Yikes.
Mm-hmm. Everyone sees you get just a little bit wirier and getting a little bit more gray in that bugbear fur.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, so that happens. Arwen, you are also frightened, but not aged. Billy, what was your score?
14.
14 is a success. You are not frightened. Draylin?
Dirty 20.
Okay, yeah, you are also able to resist. Yoskun?
5.
5. So, you also are frightened, and roll a d4 for me.
1.
You are aged by 10 years. It's with a gnome, it's maybe not necessarily super obvious.
I'm a teen.
Okay, so yes, it does that. All right, Draylin, your turn.
I am gonna run at it and say, "Don't you hurt my friend!" And I'm gonna try to hit it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to, if I do hit it, I'm going to enact my divine smite.
Okay.
So, roll the dice. Okay. So that's at 18 to hit.
18 hits, yeah.
Okay, great. So then it's 1d8, and then it's also
Well, roll the regular slashing
Okay.
damage first. and
regular
that's gonna be
slashing
half.
damage is 8.
Are you using that +1 longsword?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so in that case, it's not halved. This is magic sword.
Okay. So
Yes, thank you for the reminder.
so 8 slashing.
Mm-hmm.
And then I can expend a spell slot for 2d8 extra radiant damage,
Mhm.
which I will do. And that's 14.
Nice roll.
14, all right. Wait, I thought you said 2d... Oh, 2d8. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And I rolled an 8 and a 6.
Yeah. You do some serious damage to it, slashing at this thing.
And I yell at him, because it hurt my friends. I'm not scared. Do I have bonus action I want to do? I do not.
All right. That makes it Bug's turn again, but you are frightened of this thing. If you want to try to attack it, you can, but you'll be at disadvantage.
Bug is going to attack because that's the only way to overcome fear is to attack it.
All right. Yeah, so attack with disadvantage.
Okay. He got a 6.
Unfortunately,
And
that's a miss.
it was double crits. One was a 1. One was a 20.
Yeah, so you swing, but at the very last second, you make eye contact with its ghostly, blind staring eyes, and you just like and flinch away. All right, and you can't move any closer. Do you want to move any further?
No, I think he's pretty much just frozen in place.
Right. Okay. Yoskrin,
Can I see the thing?
not from where you are right now.
I
This
will
is
try
a
to move
spiral
towards the
staircase
door.
goes up, so you can't see through it.
I will
Yeah.
try to move to the door.
Okay.
Would
Can
he
I
actually
see
have
it?
been?
Yeah.
Would he
well,
actually
sort of.
have
Yeah, you
been-
see it floating over Draylen.
Yeah. Would he actually have been impacted by the scary face? If he couldn't see it?
I'm saying yes anyway. So go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay.
No, fair.
And
but yes, I'm
I
saying
see
yes
the thing.
anyway.
I see the thing and panic, and over my shoulder while trying to look away, I cast Jim's magic missile.
Okay. One gold
Uh,
piece disappears
one gold
from
piece.
your from somewhere. And go ahead and I believe the way Jim's magic missile works is that you actually roll to hit with each one. But
yeah,
if they
which
hit,
is
they do
which
more
is
damage.
terrible.
Is the basic
Because
idea.
I'm at disadvantage. All right, so
Wow.
it's still 3, right? Yep.
Yeah.
So the first one is a miss. I suspect at 9.
9 is a miss. Yeah.
Second one is a miss at 8,
Mhm.
and the third one is possibly hit at 12.
12 does hit.
Okay. And that's for 5 points
Okay.
of
Force.
hypoallergenic gluten-free darts of magic
Yeah.
force.
Yes. Force damage definitely does damage. So that hits, and somewhere in some sort of an arcane magical study, Jim Dark Magic feels just a little bit of a tug in his money pouch, and he goes, "Oh, sweet." Okay, Arwen, your turn.
Another sacred flame.
All right, and it's going to make another dexterity saving throw. Gets a 16.
Oh, too bad. Got out of the way.
It did. It evaded that magical flame that time. Billy.
Billy sees Yaskrin use Jim's magic missile, and he's going to go ahead and use the regular magic missile.
All right. So those automatically hit, but go ahead and roll the damage for them.
Ooh, 15 damage.
Nice. Yeah. So
You rolled
yeah,
max damage. Nice.
it was already like very, ready to disintegrate, and so the magical force just penetrates its spectral form and just blasts it into oblivion.
Oh.
That's better.
As soon as the frightening dissipates,
Yeah.
Arwen says, "How? Who you gonna call?"
Somebody else.
Not the order of the stout half pint.
Yeah.
So now that that the ghost, the undead presence here in the room has been dissipated, I would imagine that you are all kind of just checking the room.
Yeah. Checking the
Um,
body.
So
Careful.
you want to check the body? Make either Arcana or Medicine check.
I'll do Arcana.
I will do medicine.
And that is 9.
And that is a 21.
So you don't necessarily find anything, Billy. You're maybe just still a little, that magic missile was just so cool. You're still kind of thinking about it.
Or he's still thinking about the frightening face.
Well, that too. But Draylin, as you are inspecting the body, you find that it looks like this halfling was killed with necrotic damage. He's
Oh,
kind
that's
of
unfortunate.
shriveled and blackened. But what you also see carved into the corpse's chest is by now a familiar symbol, a draconic skull pierced with a sword thrust upward through it.
So I'm gonna turn to my friends and be like, "This is the necromancer's doing. The
And who?
sixth.
Should we pursue?
Yasi. I'm gonna start calling you Yasi now, just because it's easier for me to remember.
I'm also going to just briefly let's keep things moving. What I'll say is that Arwen and Yoskren, you've been briefed now that the necromancer that did a lot of the dirty work back at your now headquarters was someone you believe is named Huber Grandshoop, who seems to have associations possibly with Dran Enterprises, but also certainly with some organization known as the Six.
Okay.
Oh, that one.
All right.
Yes, that
Does
one.
the body have a badge?
Check, I guess, the clothing to see if it has a badge on it.
Yeah, like a similar patch, except theirs is personalized with the name of their
Yeah.
franchise.
For
Yeah,
for
so this
Dran or for acquisition?
No, for Acquisitions
Acquisition.
Incorporated. This
yeah.
was
Okay.
a member of the Order of the Stout Half Pint.
Yeah. Okay.
In fact, you find that he's got a little theirs are personalized. They're actually pretty nice. Like just you might make a mental note just in the future that these personalized name tag patches.
That is actually a good
Kinda
idea.
cool.
He
So
got
you
flair.
discover, this is Patsy McGroin. Apparently,
Oh, that's
or
an
was.
unfortunate name.
While they're doing that, Arwen is untacking the maps and charts from the wall,
Sure.
rolling them up and stuffing them into his satchel.
Yeah.
His-
So, absolutely. And one of the things that you notice looking at them as you do that, I imagine you do look at them and not just randomly put them in the
Well,
bag without looking.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know. I'm just saying. I'm confirming.
Oh yeah. Sure. We'll go with that.
Yeah. So most of them show trade routes in the area around the lighthouse, running all the way to Luskin in the north. Briefly, let me just show you on the realm map where this place is. Oops, that zoomed out more than I meant it to. So, Waterdeep, obviously where you started. You guys are based in Phandalin, right here. The lighthouse is right here.
Okay.
The little circles around the place around the towns and such, is that a area of influence for particular?
Yeah, it's the territory.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but you also, in checking, sorry, trying to click on too many things here. So many windows open. You do also discover that one of the documents is the franchise contract between Acquisitions Incorporated and the Order of the Stout Half Pint. It was their franchise was established 2 years ago, and one of the things you had heard was that this franchise had been in operation for 2 years and had been doing pretty well. So this was, unlike the Phandalin one, which was pretty new and was not, hadn't made much of itself yet. Meaning the previous Phandalin one, that is.
Yeah.
So you also see a wall calendar with the name Wizzy on it, and it records the various adventures that this order has undertaken. If you flip through it a bit, you note that there's timelines for intended headquarters renovations that are constantly behind schedule. They keep extending, there's one that says, first floor complete, and then it's crossed out, and then there's another first floor complete like 3 weeks later, and that sort of thing. And then also they you note flipping back that there is an adventure on a raid on an old tomb 6 months ago, where the note on it says is that they cleared out numerous monsters and found something that they describe as magic clock.
Oh,
That's
interesting.
That gives at least a possible reason why they were attacked.
Yep. All right. So let's continue searching the lighthouse. Because if the necromancer was here, there's probably some gross baddies that we need to dispatch.
You probably said baddies, but for a second I thought you said daddies, and I was just like, some gross daddies, and I'm like, ew.
Bug is offended. Bug is violently offended.
All right, so you're making your way up the spiral staircase. Who's going first?
I'll go up first.
Okay.
I can't be frightened. Well, at least I shouldn't be frightened.
All right. And then what order next? What's your marching order here?
Bug will go next.
All right.
Are Bug's joints aching and creaking while moving?
Okay, what order are you guys in?
Arwen is going last because he's hurriedly putting the last of the documents into his brief pack.
All right.
Billy will go next.
All right. So, as you are emerging at the second floor, the stairs could continue further up, but are you going to explore the second floor before you
Might as
continue
well.
up? Yeah.
Real
Yeah.
quick.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Mhm.
Can you scroll up a little bit further because
Yeah.
the map is partly behind the
Okay,
There you
yeah.
go. Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So, let's see. I'll go ahead and... there we go.
Very good. Very good.
Yep. Thank you.
So, the next floor is circular, as the square base cut into the promontory gives way to the upper levels of the tower. The stairway continues its upward spiral from this floor to another. Building implements, tools, and boards line the walls. 3 tall wardrobes and 4 large chests stand among these materials.
Okay. So I'll just take a quick look around, see
All
if
right.
there's anything useful.
As soon as you emerge into the room, 2 of the chests burst open, and a pair of undead, one each, emerge from them. They appear to be ghouls. Ghouls
Gross.
made from halflings and gnomes, so they're little ghouls.
So they're my size. Got it.
So we're rolling
They're ghoulies.
initiative again. Yeah.
I got a little better.
Arwen has 15.
All right.
Billy has 17.
All right. Draylen?
7.
Bug?
Also 7.
Hey.
Yours,
So
Draylen.
we're basically blocking the stairs.
Yep.
Yours, Draylen.
11
All right.
for the other side of the business.
So, if I occasionally get a little bit short as I'm trying to hurry you guys along, please forgive me. But I just want to try to keep us on schedule as much as possible.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah. So
that's fine.
I hope we're all on the same page there. That I will occasionally be nudging you.
Yes.
All right. So, the ghouls, little though they may be, get a 22 with their initiative.
Of course they do.
So yeah, Draylen, hope you're ready. You know, y'all ready for this? Yeah. So yeah.
It's all right. I've got the
I
protect
think you got some
feat.
ghouls coming your way. Sure.
Of course.
Well, I think your protect is that's great. They're probably going to attack you. So,
That's fine.
Yeah, it's good.
Great.
It's all good. It's all fine. We're good.
Yeah.
How are you? Yeah, they rush you. Blah! Yeah.
Ah!
Yeah. And one of them is going to first try to claw at you. And roll. Oh, gets a crit.
Oh, well,
All right.
shit.
So
Sorry.
first, you're going to take 10 slashing damage.
Of course I am.
Yeah. And then I need a Constitution saving throw from you.
All right. That's not terrible. It's not my worst thing. Okay. That's 13.
Okay. A 13 is a success. You feel for a moment your muscles start to turn rigid, but you are able to shake off their paralyzing effect.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
other one is also going to try to claw at you.
Sure.
Doesn't get a crit that time, though. Gets a 15.
Misses.
All right.
I
Batters
got
at
muscle.
your armor. You're able to bat its claws away on that side. All right, Billy, it is your turn.
Okay.
But you can kind of push past Bug. You can move through allies as long as you don't
Yeah.
finish your turn. in
Crawl
that spot.
underneath his legs.
Yeah, basically gonna get to the just bottom left diagonal to a Bug. Yeah, right there.
All right.
And then I'm going to cast Thunder Wave in 15-foot cone or 15-foot cube.
Okay.
It will include a Bug and
So you want it to hit both ghouls, but also Draylen and Bug.
yeah. So it's a
All right.
con save, and I'm going to expend a sorcery point to give basically make them automatically my allies automatically pass the save.
I don't think that's actually what it says. I think they get advantage, and if they succeed, then they don't take damage, I think. I just remember looking at that feature and always feeling like it doesn't work quite like I would have expected it to work.
Allow up to 3 creatures to automatically succeed on a saving throw.
Okay. Okay, so they do automatically succeed, but they will still take half damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So,
All right, so you guys automatically succeed, but you're going to take... So go ahead and roll the damage.
Yeah.
So we got a 14 and a 12 from these two ghouls.
one succeeds, the other fails.
All right. And he's probably blasted backward, but how much damage?
Uh, 13.
Okay, so the one that fails takes all of that. The other one is going to take 6, and Bug and Draylen both take 6. As Cthulhu, a big thunderous wave of force, shoots out. All right, Arwen, you're kind of at the back of the line at the moment, but you can kind of shove your way through if you want.
Draylen looks rough, just letting you know.
Okay. Arwen is going to move down 2 squares south of.
So bear in mind, to get out of the stairwell, you have to go up one, to the right one, and then down one. That's 15 feet just to get out of the stairs.
6. Yeah, it's going to take a full
1,
move
2,
to go down
3.
next to the dresser at the bottom.
Okay, so like that?
Like that, yep.
All right.
And is going to extends his hand and shines a healing light on the wounded one there, Draylen, I think was the one.
Yeah.
And restores. Lousy roll, 4 hit points.
Hey, every little bit counts. Thank you.
Why does the ambiance keep stopping? All right. I'm going to put us on some combat.
And it doesn't look like any effect you've ever seen a cleric do.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I don't know too many clerics, so.
Yeah, ranged healing is kind of a weird thing. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's healing word, but yeah, this is certainly different than that.
Yeah.
You
So
would
he's-
recognize that.
A cleric?
Yes.
All right. So that was Arwen's turn. Yoskun, your turn.
Yeah. Terrible thing. I will move to get out of the stairwell.
Mm-hmm.
Can I move through there?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
You just
move
can't finish
over.
your turn there.
5, 10, 15. I will go 5. I will stand in the line between
Alright,
the
so
other
that's
two.
15. Yeah, you can get there.
Yeah. And can I see the one, the north one? By the
I
people?
don't think you can see it from there. Not
Oh,
through.
where I was before I moved, then.
Or it would have
Well,
a lot of cover.
like
Yeah, there?
There you
Yeah?
could. Yeah.
Ah, yeah. Ray of Frost. Let me see
All
if
right.
this works. Get away from my friend. 15.
15 does hit.
Oh,
I mean, these are
Oh.
unarmored ghouls. They're undead things. They're not like armored up.
well, it's cool with
Yeah.
Ray of Frost. 6 cold and slowed.
All right.
Well,
Okay.
not slow, but
No.
move slow.
Well, doesn't need to move very far right now, but we'll still indicate
Yeah.
it. Yeah. All right. Draylin, your turn.
Okay, I am going to take my sword and go slash at the one next to me, I guess.
That makes sense.
Roar!
It really left you
Nat
no choice.
20! Ah!
Love it.
Okay, so it is D8 times 2, which is 14 plus 3 is 17. And yeah, I'm not adding anything else to it.
You
'cause
cut
I-
its head off.
Yeah.
It flops
Bam.
down to the ground in pieces.
And I turn and I look at the other ghoul and I say, "You're next."
It says,
I think that's a yes.
all right. Bug, you're up.
Bug gives Billy the stink eye.
Sorry.
He just
Like, come on, man. Same team. All right.
you don't get cookies next time.
Oh.
Okay, and he's going to move over and hit this remaining ghoul with his great axe.
All right.
Or try to anyway.
Yeah.
15?
Obviate. Yes.
13 slashing.
13. You kill it.
Woohoo!
Do you wish to narrate the effects of your great axe attack?
It just kind of bifurcates.
Vertically.
Yes, just went.
It honestly, the pieces look like they were really not held together that well in the first place, and it really just kind of slops apart in an unpleasant manner.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't like this guy.
Hmm.
Yeah, we don't either.
All right.
Draylin.
Let's look around.
Mhm.
Do you need Draylin, do you need the extra healing potion?
No, I'll drink my own, and so I'll drink my
Alright.
potion.
So you guys, now that you have, you certainly do find, as you might expect by now, both of these ghouls do have that same symbol carved into their chest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do we know? Sorry. Do we know how many members were in the other party? That group.
The order of the half pint.
Yeah.
6.
6.
Okay.
Okay.
3 down, 3 to go. Let's loot the room while we're here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you are, looting the room. You search the wardrobes and chests. No need for a roll. You find 11 pieces of black jasper, worth 10
Ooh.
gold pieces each. And in the pockets of a cloak hanging in one of the wardrobes, you find a potion of frost giant strength.
Whoa!
Oh.
Yeah. Which is actually not one of the better potions of giant strength, but it still makes your strength 23, so
Yeah!
it's nothing to
Come on!
sneeze at. I'm just saying, of the scale of giants, it's only second level up. There are also 10 plus 2 sling bullets.
I
Wow.
don't have a thing.
If I were to use those with a magic stone spell,
Oh, give those to Yoskrin.
Yeah.
Because with his catapult spell,
Catapult.
he can do some massive damage.
I would allow that to work. I think your magic stone, I would allow it to work for either of those.
could I have 3 of those for my magic stone spell?
Sure. I
Okay.
see no reason why not.
Okay.
All right. You continue on.
Yep. I will continue leading the way.
Okay. As you continue up the stairs, in the same order, I imagine.
Yep.
Doop. Doop. All right. So, as you reach this next floor, as you step from the stairs into the single room of this floor, a snarling and growling meets you. And in this room, you hear this deep, low, ominous, and it resonates in a way that just sends chills up your spine. And then as you turn the corner, you see a vicious-looking hound with black fur. It smells of sulfur and rot, and wearing an ornate collar of silvery metal. It is also the size of a rat terrier.
So less of a hellhound and more like a
Hell Chihuahua. And let me tell you something. Chihuahuas make the scariest noises when they're excited.
So it is standing within a square scribed onto the floor, 10 feet on a side and edged with runes. And you see it doesn't have any sort of a leash or chain, but as it tries to leap at you, it impacts what looks to be a magic force field at the edges of these runes, and it sort of smashes itself against the wall and growls more at you.
I think we can probably safely skip this. I don't see anything here that we need to investigate.
Let me just describe the rest of the room. Like, that's all that's in the initial box text, but let's see what else it says about the room.
Wait a minute.
Well, I'm just making sure that the map obviously doesn't show very much. I'm just making sure there's nothing else in here. Nope. You basically see that dog and the the runes and so on, but there doesn't seem to be anything else in this room, at least that you can see from your current positions.
Yeah.
It seems to be in the box.
Mm-hmm.
But watch behind when we move if it gets free.
You got it.
That's a good point.
Good idea.
Yep.
So I'll keep going up.
All right. As soon as you step onto the next step up to the next level, those of you who are at the level of the landing see the runes flash and we're rolling initiative.
So much for that idea.
Yeah.
I hate being right all the time.
Arwen
Yes.
has 9.
All right.
Billy has 3. Or, yeah, 3.
Well, I'm going to need you to repeat those for me in just a moment. Because I have to get all of the various little tokens and so on in order.
Yep.
Okay, and get rid of the ghouls. So, Billy.
3.
3. Arwen.
9.
Yoskrin.
14.
14. Draylin.
15.
Bug.
17.
All right. So, do this automatically. I don't know why I'm dragging them manually this time, but I am. Watch. See me do it.
Yep.
Mhm.
All
Good
right.
job.
So, technically, hang on. Let me. So we're resolving the 2D of this in a slightly different way now, right? So technically, I'm going to set Arwen. You're just
I'm
further
behind,
down.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. So
I'm-
you would
I'm,
be like one level
directly
down
underneath.
from where Yoskrin is.
Yeah. Actually, one level down from Bug.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, no, because what I'm saying is
Okay,
that
whatever.
Whatever. Draylin is going up,
Yep.
Right.
Uh-huh.
and everyone else is trailing down. So you would be essentially
Oh, okay.
one
Underground.
floor below where
Okay.
Draylin is.
Okay, under
All right.
Drillin.
So that's where we just understood. Bug, you're up. You're actually the first one to notice that it is suddenly free from its restraints.
Okay, so I'm going to go up to 2 levels below it, and I'm going to smash it with my great axe.
All right.
Because that is the answer to everything. Smash it with my great axe.
Yep.
And actually, I'm going to go ahead and rage.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
there's every single freaking floor. And actually, with the rage, I'm going to use my divine focus. So hopefully, we can get this thing. I can do a lot of damage to this thing.
Tell me what you're doing.
All right, so I'm going to hit it with my great axe, and
Yeah.
I'm raging.
Okay.
And I got a crit.
All right. Good.
So that is 22, and with my
Nice.
divine fury, it's another 2, so that's 24 total damage.
Nice. That is a substantial blow to this tiny, tiny creature.
So Bug's just like, I got this. Whack!
You know that any ordinary small dog would have just been chopped and cleft in twain by this thing, but it seems to be supernaturally resilient, but nonetheless significantly wounded. All right. Next is Draylen.
I am going to hop over the banister.
It's not really a banister, but you can
Okay.
certainly back up around that way.
Yeah, sure. And then I'm gonna go slash it with my sword.
All right.
My +1 sword.
Plus one.
Come on, watermelon dice. You can. Ugh. 9.
Those watermelons, man. No, that's
It's usually my lucky die.
Well, I don't know. What can I tell you?
Yeah.
The 9 is a miss.
I swing and I miss because it's too cute.
Yeah, it's like, aw.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Yoskrin, you're next.
Oh, okay. I'm going to move up. And
So we'll go ahead and put Erwin. So you're coming around this way.
yeah. And I know that powerful things come in small package.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So,
just like us.
I will. Let's see. That's fun. It's this one. Okay.
You,
It's not scaring me, so I will try once again. Jim's magic missile.
Mm-hmm.
Why did my purse get lighter?
Yeah. Yeah. And once again, somewhere, it's like, oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Jim. Let's see. We roll. That's an 11. Wow, that's terrible.
11 misses.
23.
Hits.
So we did it damage. Oh. 5 points force.
All right.
And the third one is a 12.
Also a miss.
Hi. This is not so good.
Uh,
And I will continue to move down away from it.
I think we can just imagine that somewhere in the future there's discussion, customer service, just providing constructive criticism, feedback on the spell, and he's just saying, well, maybe you're not using it right.
I'm not holding it right.
I have a feeling this spell is popular enough that Jim does not have it set to notify him every time someone casts the spell.
I think he likes knowing when he's getting money.
Okay,
But
after a while, that would get annoying. After a while, it probably has it like set for a daily notification of how many he's got.
Oh no!
I feel like Jim Dark Magic is exactly the sort of person who refreshes his Twitter feed every 30 seconds.
Yeah.
However, someone needs to make a variation of
But
sending.
yeah, it's a valuable question, though. So in any event, though, it is the Hellhound's turn now, and it is going to breathe fire in a 15-foot cone all over Draylen and Bug.
Okay.
I need the two of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, I'm glad I moved.
Yeah, you would have absolutely been in that cone. otherwise.
Yes.
17 for me.
That's a success.
5.
That is not a success.
But you're raging, so no, it doesn't help
Yeah,
on fire.
well,
yes,
not
it does
fire.
help on fire.
Raging doesn't help with fire necessarily. Depends on what path you're on.
Oh, okay.
Oh, do I get?
I thought it was everything but psychic. But okay.
That's
that was-
only that's only one type of
okay.
barbarian.
Okay.
So I don't know what Lee's is. What bug is.
It's a totem. It's a
Yeah.
Path of the Zealot.
You don't get
Okay.
that until later anyway, I think.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
This
So-
Path of the Bear, I think.
So Bug is going to take all of this. Draylen will take half.
Okay.
16 fire damage.
Ow.
So that's 8 to Draylen. Full 16 to Bug. As this little tiny creature just goes, "Blah!" and then this huge 15-foot cone of flames emerges from its tiny little jaws. All right, Arwen, you just saw a gout of fire pass by this little ahead of this landing. No, actually, you're a little ways down the stairs, so you probably just feel a burst of heated air coming down the stairway.
And I smell bacon.
No, what you actually smell is burnt fur.
Yeah.
I'm going to go down next to our gnome friend there. Place with a line of sight. There we go. And I am going to. I don't think I'm going to use I don't think I'm going to use this magic stone yet. So I'm going to cast. Yeah, I think it's time to send something big. I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt.
Okay.
And that's a 17 hit.
Hit.
Okay. Let's cast at second level, so 5d6 radiant damage. Ah, damn it! I rolled crap again. 11 points of damage.
Okay. It takes 11 points of damage.
And
it is struck by the glittery bolt of arcane energy, and it is blasted, and is now a very sparkly little fire and brimstone puppy.
and that's my turn.
All right, Billy, you're up.
okay. Billy is going to move. Move, basically. Yeah, right there.
Okay.
And seeing that it seems like if it something that uses fire probably wouldn't get hurt by fire, so gonna go ahead and send out another magic missile.
All right.
That is 9 damage.
All right. Yes, it is obliterated. Yeah.
Bad dog.
No biscuit.
Yeah. All right.
I'm gonna use lay on hands and give 10 points back to my buddy Bug.
Aw, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think a short rest might be in order.
Oh,
Or-
well, if we're gonna do that, I'm gonna do healing touch on myself, and
I mean, this is not a safe place.
No, but the monsters don't seem to be coming after us. We're going after them. If we keep a watch, we can take a rest, and if we get interrupted, then that's fine. But I think that our friends are a little banged up, and they could use some time
Hit
to
dice.
bandage up. Yeah, spend hit dice.
All right.
Yeah.
So taking a short rest, go for it.
I will cast the spell then.
I am just arranging your tokens in the way that I'm going to put them on the next map. but you're taking your short rest. Go ahead and do your dice. Are you talking about anything, or are you just doing one of those Avengers eating shawarma type of deals?
All right. I think Bug is kind of complaining about the silver in his fur, that he's not sure if Snug is actually going to appreciate the new look.
Ah, man, it looks distinguished. Makes you look like a hardened warrior.
I was already a hardened warrior.
I know, but now you look even more like.
I've got just the thing for you. The potion of
Hair tonic of Browning?
yes, Browning for bugbears. We'll get you worked up, no problem. And those little crinkles, little crow's feet aside from your eyes, they're just laugh lines.
Yeah, the Bug is giving you a look and said, "I've got 3 kids. Not even they have aged me this much."
So here's something that I'm gonna just toss out there as is something that let's say Arwen, as Documancer, I think you are probably the most familiar with the details of your various contracts.
Yes.
And you know that one of the services that can be made available in a pinch is you can request some sort of like an emergency healing, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Because it is, of course, in Acquisitions Incorporated's interest to lose trained resources.
Right. Okay.
Right? And so things like lesser or greater restoration spells, resurrection, can be arranged for and even provided on a potentially emergency basis, but it is something, there's a cost that would be expected to be covered by the franchise. It's a service that you would pay for, but is available.
Okay.
And
so how much would it cost to have this reversed?
Make a religion check.
Religion check. Okay. Does my Documancer bonus apply?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, technically the religion, this roll it doesn't, because this is what will it take to reverse it.
Okay, 21.
Yeah, you suspect that a greater restoration would reverse the aging.
Okay.
But only if it's done in the next 24 hours.
Okay. All right. Then I will let them know what is the cost for that to the franchise.
It is I believe greater restoration. Let me look at what the material costs are for that. Because I don't think any of you are of high enough level to do that.
Not even.
Yeah. So greater restoration has a material cost
100 gold
of 100 gold, and so I think that there is basically a depending on how they need to get to you, there is a $50 convenience fee if you are able to bring them to the office where it's done. If they need to come to you, it's an additional 50 gold.
Okay. So if we want to, and once we get back to our offices, which hopefully we can get within the next 24 hours, we can get this reversed for 200 gold, and we've already gotten way more than that in treasure. So we're even paying for that, we're still in the black.
Okay.
Feel better, Bug?
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so you guys can maybe discussing that during your short rest. Yeah. So you guys resolved your hit points and all that?
Yeah. Does anybody want to get the Hellhound Fang at all before we go up?
Is there something left?
Well, somebody in the chat's recommended going.
Oh, well, just as a souvenir. I don't think there's any sort of mechanical benefit.
I'll add it to my...
Just as a trophy?
Yeah, I'll add it to my necklace that has the giant spider fang.
Mm-hmm.
I spend a little time in arcane meditation.
Right. It's actually funny that you chose to take a short rest there, just because I'll let you know in a meta sense that this next floor is the floor where there's actually nothing there.
And beds.
Yeah. And like beds and furniture and stuff like that. So in any event, as you finally are going back up the stairs, and you probably noticed this during your short rest, that there actually was a magic trap on the next step up from that floor that was designed to deactivate the runes. It's pretty straightforward once it happened, but you can confirm that that is in fact what happened. Also, I think once you inspect the body, you realize that the collar that it was wearing is made of platinum and is worth 50 gold.
Okay.
It also was engraved with the name Wilhelmina.
Aww.
As you continue up the staircase, the circular staircase ends on this floor in a room that contains vibrant decor despite its sparse furnishings. A bed, a dresser, a desk, and a glass tank. Bright paint in a rainbow of colors is splashed on the walls in something that might be a pattern. Garish rugs and tapestries cover the floor and walls. Costume gemstones adorn almost every surface that can contain them. A set of rungs on the south wall gives access to a hatch in the high ceiling. The hatch presumably provides access to the top of the lighthouse in the lantern room.
Okay.
I want to go up to the lantern room because if this thing is projecting out darkness instead of light as it's supposed to, that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I am curious about the glass thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You want to go over and check that out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You find I don't want to prescribe that you feel any particular emotion, but what I would imagine would be your delight. You find that in the terrarium is along with various wilting plants and countless dead insects, is a multicolored spider. And when I say multicolored, I don't just mean it's got like yellow and black on it. I mean it is rainbow colored spider. And perhaps more interesting is that it has spun a web with letters in it. And the letter and it first it says help Wizzy. And then you see on the next row down, it's just finishing something up, and it says, "You assholes."
So Draylin is terrified of this, but Spence is super happy about this.
I think I don't know if this is spider.
Well, it's
I'm
not
going
a
to. Is
spider.
there an opening on the top?
It's got like a lid that you could open.
Bug, can you help? It's heavy.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Bug will help you open up the terrarium. Because this sounds like the best idea ever.
Hello?
Didn't we just, I'm just a humble clerk, but didn't we hear something mentioning Wizzy before?
Yeah, there was a calendar.
Yeah,
with
Right.
Wizzy.
the calendar downstairs had Wizzy's name on it. As you open the lid, the spider does crawl up the side and kind of out onto the lip of the terrarium, and then it reaches out with one of its forelegs and points at the web.
Yeah. You
Which
need help.
way?
Okay, yeah, certainly.
Wait.
We have to go up?
Are you Wizzy?
It sort of rotates its body like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're light. Can you help, or are you in danger?
It points at the web again.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Is Wizzy up there?
It looks like it hesitates for a moment, and then it takes one of its legs and it sort of like it points up, but then sort of makes it do like almost like a roller coaster motion to like it starts going up and then goes down further.
So maybe there's a
So she
portal
fell?
up there.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll do our
We'll
best.
go check it out.
You stay here. We will talk later. Yeah?
It points
Yeah.
at the web again.
Okay.
All right.
I'll leave the lid kind of cattywampus so that it can get in and get back out like as it wants to.
Mhm.
You are beautiful. And I will try to pet the back of the spider. Gently.
Nasty. We're in a hurry.
Make an animal handling check.
14.
It sort of flinches at first, but then when your approach is gentle, it can, it sort of lets you pet it, and then you see just a little bit of leaning into it, and then as you pull your hand back, it points at the web.
Yeah.
I was going to make a mention of how polymorph spells work,
Mhm.
but I just rolled a 3 on my Arcana check, so
Okay.
it doesn't occur to
Mhm.
Arwen.
Let's go find Wizzy.
Let's go see what's
Yeah,
going on.
Draylen's
upstairs.
already going up, so
Yeah.
Mhm. Okay.
All right.
So you are climbing the ladder because
Yeah.
the stairs don't go any further up from here.
Oh.
So let me reveal the next room here. So basically you guys are going up one at a time for this because that's the nature of ladders. Yeah, so that's how we're gonna what I'm gonna say is, because climbing a ladder is not the same as running up the stairs, I'm gonna say that once initiative happens, if you guys are still on that next level down, you will need to take an action to climb the ladder and get to the next level up.
Okay.
So as you Draylen, as you reach the next level up, this area is gloomy and dancing with shadows. A 10-foot wide catwalk encircles the 15-foot high lantern room housing the lighthouse's crystal lens. And you can see the lens rotating lazily, but rather than shedding light, it emanates an aura of cold shadow. The walls of the lantern room are 5-foot wide panels of glass set with a single glass door. And then let's see, what else do you see right away? Okay, so despite what you see on the map here, that's all you see, Draylen.
So I don't see the creatures that are not there.
Correct.
Okay. So I will get up and I will move to the side and have my stuff ready.
Okay. All right.
Because I don't like the dark anymore. That's how I died the last time, I think.
Need to turn off the dark.
Yep. Bug will come up next.
Hit the dark switch.
Yep. Because we never leave the paladin unattended.
I am lawful stupid. It's okay.
So, let me briefly read to you where it says the creatures. Let's see. These undead remain hidden until the second character gains access to the balcony. At which point they attack. So we're rolling initiative.
All right. Oh, that's good. 18.
Okay. Once again,
Sorry.
I appreciate it, but I will need you to just hold that until I am.
Call for it.
Yes. Thank you, because I have to get everything else set up first. All right, and then these guys. All right, come on. Here we go. And okay, so Bug.
17.
Okay, all right. It always messes it up when I try to enter a new one and it happens to be the same number as before. Like, it always confuses it. Okay, Billy.
16.
All right. Just by sheer dumb luck, both enemy types rolled really high. Arwen.
19.
Not 06, but 19 instead. Yoskrin?
15.
Draylen?
18.
Okay.
We all rolled good, but not good enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, let me put on our battle music again.
Wait. We're literally 19, 18, 17, 16, 15.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and then 20 with the shadow, so it's like, yeah. So at this point, the Will o' the Wisp is first, and let's see. You don't see anything approach you, Draylen, but all of a sudden you well, let me roll for it. It does an 18 hit you.
That is my AC.
Yeah, so it does hit you. You suddenly feel an electric shock as you take 5 lightning damage, and a little floating mote of light appears next to you, hovering in the air.
All right. Good thing we had that rest.
Yeah. And then you are attacked by shadows that slip underneath there's a gap beneath the door of this, and these shadows emerge and attack you. And we're going to get 2 on Bug and 1 on Draylen as they attempt to strength drain you.
Fun.
Yeah, so first against Draylen.
Okay.
That's a 6 to hit, so probably not, right?
Nope.
And then 2 against Bug. 11.
Nope.
22.
That one works.
Yeah, so that's 10 necrotic damage. And I need you to roll a d4 for me. Again.
Bug just sighs. All right, let's see what I get. 2.
Your strength score is reduced by 2.
Oh, crap.
All right, so that is their turn. So Arwen, you are waiting your turn to climb up the ladder, but you suddenly hear Draylen and Bug cry out as though they are being attacked by something.
Okay.
Not that you are totally unaware that something like this might happen, but it is happening right now.
Let's see. Can I hold an action to climb the ladder once it's clear?
You usually can't hold a movement, but I will say that Bug reached the balcony and got out of the way of the ladder before the attack happened.
Okay, so I could scramble up the ladder is clear at the moment.
Yes.
Okay. Then in that case, I will scramble up the ladder.
Mm-hmm.
I will do something that I should have done a long time ago, and cast mage armor.
Is that an action? You had to
That
use
is
your
an
action
action.
to climb the ladder.
Oh, I thought I could use my move to climb the ladder.
No, you need to use your action to climb the ladder.
Okay. In that case, I'm not going to go up the ladder if I don't have an action. Oh, hold
That's
on.
fine.
Yeah, I'm not going to climb up yet. I'm going to use my action to cast
Mage armor.
mage armor and my bonus action to cast magic stone on the 3 sling stones.
All right. You do that.
And I'm holding them out in case somebody wants to grab one of these enchanted sling stones
Have
because
you explained how they work?
yeah, let's say that I've done that.
Sure.
That
Basically, you can grab them and make just a ranged attack with them, and they're magically
and
to hurt more than usual.
yeah, and since they're +2, they would be +7 to hit and do a d6 +5 damage. So
Well, don't they have to use their own ranged attack score?
okay. Well, yeah, they'd have to.
It would be +2 above whatever your normal one is. But okay, so
Right,
you're doing
then
that. Let's keep moving. Draylen, you're up.
Yeah.
So I can see that there are 3 entities.
Yes. Well, there's
Great.
the mote of light and then 3 of the shadows.
Okay. So on the 3 different shadows, I'm going to cast Bane.
All right.
Um,
They get to make a saving throw, right?
yes, they have to make a charisma saving throw.
4, 3.
11 is what they
3.
needed.
They
Yeah.
all fail. Yes.
Yes.
And I like flicked my finger to get the drop of blood for that. And so I do that, and
Blood magic.
and then bonus action, I will do Hunter's Mark on the wisp, or the light thingy.
Okay. I don't think it gets a saving throw for that one.
No, I just mark it, and that gives me the extra stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. Hunter's Mark is awesome.
Yeah. And then I will just stay where I'm at.
Okay. I'm messaging our next player who's going to come back in.
Cool.
Okay. That is Draylen's turn. Did you say you were trying to move or no?
I'm actually just figuring out I can't do Hunter's Mark
Okay.
because I would lose concentration on Bane. So bonus action, I do nothing.
Okay. Were you trying to move? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Bug.
Okay. Bug is going to shift 1 square to the left
Mm-hmm.
to further free up space for other people to come up.
I was assuming you had already moved out of the way of the ladder.
Right, but just to give more
Okay,
out of the way.
ladder is right here at the southern point, so you have moved from
Okay.
one side of the ladder to the other side of the ladder with no net gain in space.
Okay. Either way, I did that, and now I'm going to attack the. I'm going to rage
Uh-huh.
because ouch, that hurt.
Sure.
And I'm going to attack the shadow right straight above me with my great axe.
Okay.
And that was a 20.
Okay. Yeah.
And so that's 11 slashing damage.
Okie dokie. And as you have experienced before, it is somewhat insubstantial.
Okay,
So,
and
it only takes 5.
okay, and the divine strike or divine fury is an additional 6 radiant damage.
Okay. It takes all of that. Okay.
And that's my turn.
Great. Billy.
Right? Billy, since he has no clue what's up there, is going to climb up.
Well, I think you hear sounds of combat.
Well, he has no idea what they're fighting.
Okay, yeah, fine, but you climb
Yeah.
up. That's your action.
Okay.
Like, uh-oh, and move to the side.
Okay, so if you move here, you will take 1 attack of opportunity.
I mean,
Can you tell me?
well, gotta clear somehow, so gonna
Yeah,
go
okay.
ahead.
So, yeah, it's going to make 1 attack against you. Gets a 12 to hit.
That does not hit because he cast Mage Armor earlier.
Okay, great. All right. Yoskrin.
Can anything be seen from down below?
No. I mean, you hear them, I think, talking. They're making combat noises.
Yeah. Do I think I could see something if I were a little higher?
I mean,
Like poke your nose up.
you are 1 floor below them. How would being higher help?
I don't know what angle I can see, but if I can't see anything,
They climbed up a ladder through a
Yeah.
narrow trapdoor.
then I will cast a blur on myself.
Okie dokie. First follow me. I don't know why
And,
the spider is not on a. There we go. Let's give you a blue dot for a blur.
And I will take off the Orrery and set it down and say, stay.
All right. Are you, so blur was probably your action, right?
Yeah.
All right. Okie dokie. So that makes it the Will-o'-the-Wisp's turn again. It's going to move over and attack a new target. It's going to attack you, Billy.
So I get to do protect on it?
Sure.
Cool.
It does get a crit, but you are forcing it to roll at disadvantage with protection. Is that how that works?
You can use your reaction to impose disadvantage on the roll.
You probably
Yeah.
want to do that because otherwise it's going to do 28 lightning damage.
Yeah, so I do that.
Ow!
Yeah. So instead, it only gets a 12 with disadvantage. So I guess that misses, right?
Yes. My AC is 15.
Yes. It's
So
electrical
it
shock.
reflects off of my shield or something.
Well, yeah. You force it to not be able to get as close, and so his own shield, absorbs whatever's left.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It's the Shadow's turn. We're gonna get one attack on each of you. So first, Draylon.
Yep.
That's a critical miss.
Yay!
One on Billy. You used your reaction, so you can't do it again.
But it
wow.
has Bane on it, so it also gets a minus D4.
Yes. Does Bane affect a critical hit? I don't think it does, because it did just
No.
roll us another critical.
I mean, it could, if the armor class was high enough, it could cause the critical hit to miss, but
I was just thinking like a critical hit. I think always hits,
okay. Well,
unless there's
Then, yeah.
there's specific rules that can cancel it.
yeah. Okay.
An attack roll or saving throw before the spell ends, the target must roll a d4 and subtract the number
Right,
rolled from the
but
attack.
the rule for a critical is that it always hits.
Okay.
Maybe.
Just like a 1, so theoretically, if you rolled a 1 and you had an attack modifier of plus 10, that would totally make an 11, but you still miss something even if its AC was 11, right?
Right.
So the point is that you're going to take 15 necrotic damage. Not nearly as bad as it could have been. But go ahead and roll another d4 for me.
2.
Your strength is reduced by 2.
Wow. So
Okay, and then against Bug,
Mm-hmm.
6.
Nope.
So it misses, yeah. I figured. All right, so Arwen, your turn.
Okay. Can you slide up a little bit because you're behind the portraits?
Well, okay, I can't show both of you, so
Okay.
where do you
That's
want to
good.
be?
That's fine.
Okay, you're right there.
Yeah, just
Climb up
put
the
it right there. Yeah, climb up the ladder.
Mhm.
Got my mage armor. If I fling these stones at this point, I'm going to be. I don't have the ability to shoot missiles at point blank range.
I mean,
without
like
penalty?
if you attack this one, for example, that one is
Okay.
more than 5 feet away, so it wouldn't have that range
Okay.
disadvantage.
Yeah, I'm gonna fling a stone at that one as my
Okay.
action.
All right.
Phooey. Only got a 9.
Okay, yeah, that does miss. I think roll a d20, and I think if you get below 5, then it tumbles off the side of the lighthouse.
Yeah, I rolled a 6.
Okay, well, just barely then. You see
Okay.
it go dunk 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 dunk, and then just tip over the side, but then not.
Okay.
Very close.
All right.
All right, Draylon, you're up.
I'm gonna swing at the light thing.
Okay.
Okay. So that is a wrong page. Right page. That is a 16 to hit.
16 actually does not hit. It's this tiny little light that's darting all around. Yeah,
But I have to say that.
Yeah.
Hit the shadows first.
I don't blame you. Well, too late now, unless you
Too
have a
late
bonus
now.
action.
No, that's it.
All right. Bug.
Great axe to the shadow. I am still raging, and I am still divinely furious.
Yeah.
So let's see how we do with this one.
So, if I recall correctly, you were deciding that your sort of divine fury was actually channeled through a sort of a religious, like, zealotry for support of your employer. Am I right?
For the support of my family.
Oh, okay, sure.
Because that is
I couldn't
Bug's
remember what you
identity.
decided. Yeah, no, I get
Yeah.
it. I'm just okay. Go ahead.
But it
For my
misses.
horde.
It misses.
Okay. Well, I mean, do tell me the number, unless
It's
I mean.
6.
Okay, yeah, all right. I'm just saying. I am requesting
Yeah.
politely. Please tell me the number. All right, thanks.
Will do.
Okay, so that is Bug's turn. Billy, what's up?
Okay. The shadow that went after me
Mm-hmm. That
is
one right there in the middle.
yep, taking a magic missile at 2nd level.
Okay.
Uh, 13.
Pew 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 pew.
13 force.
Yeah. It is not completely obliterated, but it is substantially damaged by that assault. So two of these shadows are pretty seriously damaged at this point. All right. There's not a lot of room to move right now, so Yoskrin, it's your turn, but the top of the ladder at the moment is kind of jam-packed.
Bring them down here. And that's basically my action.
All right. You can hold an action if you want. Just in case an enemy does show up or something.
I'll hold Ray of Frost.
All right. It is the Wisp's turn again, and I think it actually hears you, and it's going to just disappear through the floor, and it is going to come down and attack you. So go ahead and make your Ray of Frost attack.
That's a 17 to hit.
Okay. 17 does not hit.
Okay.
Also, if because it, I'm gonna let Draylin or Billy make a opportunity attack against it if you want.
Cool.
Okay.
Nope. I got a 4.
Mm-hmm.
So even with my bonus, it's 9.
Yeah. No, this thing's hard to hit. So
I
it's
got
gonna. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Billy.
14.
All right. Yeah. No, that misses. It. What's with all these crits today? Yeah. So it got another
It's
crit.
at disadvantage because I've had blur.
Oh, yes, that's right. So is that how blur works? Is it just attacks against you have disadvantage?
Yeah.
Okay, well, good. So in that case, it's only an 11.
That hits.
Okay. Well, it's not a crit, though. So it's
That's
only
true.
doing 7 lightning damage instead of 19.
Still hurts a lot.
Yeah. All right, it is the Shadow's turn. We're getting one against Draylin, one against Arwen this time. Got to mix it up a little, and one against Bug. So first, Draylin,
Mm-hmm.
that's an 18 to hit.
That does hit.
That's 13 necrotic damage, and roll a d4.
Oh, I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
3.
Your strength is reduced by 3.
Okay.
And then attack against Arwen. Arwen? What? Okay, it's another crit. I was like, this
Okay,
is
but
weird.
it still has Bane on it, so it rolls at disadvantage. Or it
No,
has.
it
It's
doesn't
not
matter.
a
It's still a
disadvantage.
crit,
Like,
though.
yeah,
Is Arwen near me?
yes, but you
Can I use protect?
Yes,
Because I haven't used a reaction this round.
that's correct, and you can. And so it's
Okay.
still a 20 to hit, but it's not a crit.
Right, but
Okay.
if I do protect, then it does.
No, it attacks at disadvantage, and it does cancel the crit. But
Okay.
the disadvantage roll is still a 20.
But is it baned with that?
yeah.
Okay, you're right. With Bane,
It's a
rolling a
16.
d4, it's only 16.
Okay.
It's not automatically a
unfortunately-
16. It has to roll a d4.
All right.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that my armor class is 15, so it hits.
Okay, so you still take 5 necrotic damage and roll a d4 for your strength reduction.
And D4. 4.
Okay, yeah, strength reduced by 4 for the moment.
Okay.
And then one last one against Bug. That's a 13
We're-
to hit.
We are going to need
and then
all greater restorations. How much to hit?
It's only 11 actually. It would have been 13, but I rolled the Bane.
Okay, so that doesn't hit.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that is makes it your turn, Arwen.
I really feel that that will-o-wisp is the big thing. Can I see the will-o-wisp through the trapdoor?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. I'm gonna cast True Strike.
All right.
And yeah.
Sure.
Can I throw a stone as a bonus action offhand attack?
You know what? I'll allow it.
Okay. So I'm rolling an advantage.
If I wanted to get really rules lawyery, I think would probably not be rules as written, but I'll allow it.
18.
Okay.
18 misses.
Damn it. Okay,
Yeah.
that's the second stone.
Well, that one is just bonk, bonk, bonk down
Yeah.
to the next floor.
No, but I mean, out of the 3 that I have,
Yeah.
enchanted.
All right, Draylen, you're up. 2 of these shadows are pretty damaged. And the one north of you is still completely healthy.
What happened to Bug?
What happened to Bug?
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Okay.
It's cool.
Bug is after me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I will attack the one that is north of me again.
Why is it not letting me? There is it. Okay, I'm just doing this because I don't want to scroll back and forth. Okay, you're attacking the undamaged one. Go for it.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. That is 23.
23 hits. Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah. Okay. And then I do a D8 plus 3. That's 5, and I'm going to use my last spell slot to do Divine Smite on it.
Mhm.
And that's an additional 2d8. My other d8. No. There it is. Okay, so 8 plus 5, 13 damage total.
Total. Okay, so it is not completely destroyed, but it is again very damaged.
Yes.
All right.
You guys need to double up your attacks.
Well, I lost a little bit of my hit power from
Yeah.
losing.
Well, I'm
strength.
just saying that, like, yeah, I think he's pointing out that you're not focus firing, so you have 3 very damaged enemies that are capable of doing full strength attacks.
Yeah.
Instead of taking one of them off the field. But, hey, there's tactics you can discuss later. All right,
Yep.
Bug, you're up.
All right. Let's see this great axe thing. Did not hit again.
Okay.
Ugh.
It's a 7.
All right. Yeah, 7 does miss. All right. They are evading you for the moment. It's very frustrating, I'm sure. Billy.
Yes.
Range attack at
Do you still have any magic
point
missiles
would be a disadvantage, right?
You said a bunch of things. I don't know what are you asking?
Range attack at point blank is disadvantage, right?
Normally, yeah.
Okay, so I don't want to. I want to be free to move at least a little bit, so I'm going to firebolt at the one right in front of me.
Okay.
Oh, that is a 24.
That'll hit.
3 damage. 3 fire.
All right, that one is destroyed.
Okay.
So you can move now if you want.
Yeah, but
Let's try to keep the combat ticking
I'm
along
gonna-
here. We're slowing down. I know everyone's kind of punchy.
Go.
It's fine, but let's try to keep moving.
go.
All right. You didn't want to move? I
I
thought you
stayed.
did that because you wanted to move.
At least have the option. Yeah.
Okay, so you're staying where you are. Yoskrin, got a will-o'-the-wisp in your face.
Yeah. I will move to the other side of the room.
Well, you'll take unless you're disengaging. We'll take an
Nope,
opportunity.
I know. Yep,
So,
that's good. We learned.
trying to move, and it's gonna make the attack at disadvantage. Still gets an 18.
Ugh, yeah.
That's another 9 lightning damage.
Oh, okay.
But you can continue moving across the room.
Yeah. And out of fear, I invoke a name that I am somewhat impressed by.
Mhm.
Jim! Second level Jim's magic missile.
Okay. Let's go ahead and make those rolls.
All right. So that's a 21 to hit.
21 does hit.
Okay. Ugh. First one is 2 points of damage. Second one
It's
is
the first damage of any kind done. Whoops.
23 points.
So 23 does
Or
hit.
23 to hit.
Yeah.
5 points of damage.
All right.
Third one, 25 to hit.
Nice. There you
5
go.
points of damage.
Those are some good rolls. Yeah.
And
Finally,
then the
yeah.
last one, 19 to hit.
19 is exactly what you need to hit.
5 points of force damage.
All right. It is not completely destroyed, but you have just substantially damaged this thing that had heretofore been uninjured altogether. So it is just...
And I'm almost out of money.
Yeah. To the extent that a mote of light can look like, what? That's what it looks like.
It's like little sparks flying off of it.
Yeah. Like, dude. All right. So it is the Wisp's turn now. And I think it's going to go back up to the next level and say, whoa, okay, that was hard. I'm going to attack someone easier. So I think, Arwen, you get the shock attack.
Okay.
But it's a critical miss. It's still
Okay.
Lucy from Jim's magic missile,
Okay.
which actually did really well that time. Okay.
A well-invented gold piece.
I deleted the one shadow that actually had the turn, so let me put that back in there. Because it was after the Will of the Wisp.
Yep.
So the 2 remaining shadows. One is attacking Draylin. Gets a critical miss. It's balancing out the critical hits that it was getting earlier for some reason. And then against Bug is a 9, so that's also going to miss. And that's even before the Bane, so...
Yeah.
Right.
So, yeah, this last round has not been great for the bad guys here. So, Arwen, your turn.
Okay, I'm going to do the True Strike stone thing again
Mhm.
with the last stone in my hand.
Yeah,
And that got a 21.
hits.
So one of them finally hits
Hmm.
for 9 points of damage.
You peg that little mote of light, and it's just obliterated.
Yay!
Goes off like a little firecracker. Like, or no, like one of those old-fashioned light bulbs finally goes out.
Okay.
All right,
Yes.
Draylin, you're up.
I'm gonna hit the thing in front of me.
Yeah, do it. I want to see that.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's good. That's good. 20, dirty 20,
Sure.
and 8 points of damage.
You cut through it. Its insubstantial, shadowy form is annihilated.
Ha!
All right, Bug.
Hitting the last remaining shadow.
Makes sense.
See if this works. 15?
15 does hit.
Okay, so with my rage, that's 5 damage, and then plus my divine fury is 8.
Okay, so how much is just slashing damage and how much is radiant?
3 slashing damage, 2 rage, and then 3 radiant damage.
Okay, I think the
That's-
rage would normally count as the regular slashing damage. So for 5 regular slashing damage, halved would be 2 plus 3 radiant,
Yeah.
you said? That
Mhm.
kills it.
Yay!
Yay.
You did
Just
it!
barely.
Da, 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 da.
Ah! Ha ha! Ha!
Ugh.
Yeah. So Yoskrin, as you're standing there against the wall, catching your breath, just you glance over at the cage, and the spider is pointing at the web again. Stay
Yeah.
busy, you assholes. All right, yeah. So you guys have
Arwen goes over and kind of looks over the edge of the railing to see if there's something down at the base of the lighthouse because of the strange gesture that the spider had given.
And Draylin is going to search in the center of the light.
Sure. So first, make a perception check looking over the side.
Okay. 0.
Yeah, you don't see anything. This shadowy aura is still emanating from the light, and it's hard to really make out anything. Yeah, I mean it's dimly lit up here. It's kind of hard to see. Honestly, you guys, all of these should have been like dim light rolls, but I didn't care. So, yeah. So basically, you guys can all kind of be up there now, is because you have time. So, so Draylin is checking out on the inside of this place. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Yeah, nat 20.
Oh, okay. Oh, technically, first, the door is locked. The door to this area is locked. But you investigate. You investigate the lock. We'll say that you investigated the lock.
Okay.
Sound fair?
Okay.
It's locked.
Yeah.
It's locked. Is the you recognize that the lock is a magical lock, and that all of the glass making up the door and walls is magically reinforced.
I need a dispel over here.
Theoretically, there is still a keyhole, so thieves' tools could still potentially do it. It's just more difficult.
Yeah. Keep in mind that the spell is a 3rd level spell. Nobody has that.
It's a magic lock. Anybody?
Well, I can give it a try.
All right, cool. I step back and let
Arwen blows on his fingers, takes out his holy picks of locking, of unlocking.
I'm going to start a ritual spell.
And rolls a 5.
Yeah, that's not good enough.
Sorry.
You can definitely see from up here that this shadowy effect is definitely still, there seems to be magical runes associated with it that is causing that effect.
Are they on the outside or the inside?
Well, they're on the light.
Have 10 minutes passed?
Well, unless anyone has other ideas, then yes.
So, within the glass, on the other side, I conjure an unseen servant.
Okay.
And then command it. Unlock the door.
You know what? Trying to think. Because it's like a magical lock. How about this? You can, by communicating with your unseen servant, make an Arcana check with advantage.
Okay. That's a 22.
All right. Working in concert with your unseen servant, you are able to disrupt the magical lock, and it clicks open.
Cool.
Yes.
Thank you, Albert.
All right. So you are now able to access that inner area, and you definitely see that there are a number of magical runes channeling necromantic energy through the lens.
Are they etched or are they drawn? Like, could I wipe them away?
You would need to make a sleight of hand check to try to disfigure them.
Sure.
Billy will help.
Great. 14?
So 14 is not enough, but Billy was helping, so you roll it with advantage.
Sure. That's a 17.
So you disfigure one of those runes, and all of a sudden, I just realized there was another effect of this whole area that I didn't do, but it's fine. Yeah, so all of a sudden, the shadowy aura fades.
Woohoo!
But the light itself is still dark. It just is no longer emanating shadow.
Somebody else want to come in here and help me clear the runes?
Yeah, I'll give it a try.
Yeah, there are definitely more on there still.
Cleanup duty again. I'll make a sleight of hand check.
All right.
23.
Yes. You disrupt another arcane rune whose purpose was unclear. So you certainly have disfigured another rune, and you're diminishing its magic, but it's not obvious what that one did.
Yeah. I tried one, but I got an 8.
All right.
So.
Yeah. So there's at least a couple more runes still. Like there's still some active magic on it.
I guess
Does
I'll.
it look like it needs to be lit?
Well,
No,
I
it's
mean, it's a
still-
lighthouse. It is not currently lit. It
I
is.
look for
I mean, it is.
a wick.
It is a contained thing. Like there's no place to open it
Ah.
and access an inside. It's like a solid piece of crystal.
Okay, I'm gonna try to deface another rune.
I'm going to study it.
And that's the nat 20. Thanks.
All right,
Thanks,
cool.
watermelon die.
Yeah. So, what happens first of all? Go ahead and make your investigation or Arcana roll to study it, Yoskrin.
Arcana 24.
So, as you're studying it, all of a sudden, Jalen disrupts another sigil, and it pops, and the light suddenly goes. And
Oh,
so you're
sorry.
like suddenly staring directly into this thing. But
Too bright.
before that happened, what you realized is that you have now restored the normal functioning of this light, which is not merely just light, but it actually does provide sort of a radiant benefit. And you suspect that this would protect against undead things if there were any around still.
Cool.
But what you also recognized is that these new runes that you just disrupted to make it that made it shadowy like that, there is some other magical purpose that, like, those look like they were added later, possibly pretty recently. But you recognize that this light also has some existing function that looks like it was part of the original purpose. But it's not entirely clear what it would do. It seems like it requires a passphrase to do whatever it needs to do.
Save Wizzy.
You assholes?
You assholes.
That doesn't do anything.
Oh, well, it was worth
It's
a
worth a
shot.
shot, yeah, sure.
There were 3 shadow?
There were 3 shadows.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So that may be the other 3 of house.
Were those shadows short?
Well, it's hard to tell because they were sort of shifting their shapes around, but it seems like a reasonable conclusion.
I begin ritual casting,
All right.
walking around the globe.
Is
I-
this detect magic?
Nope.
Okay.
Identify.
Whoa.
I am going to take a moment to healing touch myself again.
You need to find some
Privacy.
privacy or
Every time I think about it, I touch myself
Yeah.
and give myself. I rolled the wrong die. Good job.
yeah, so as you guys are kind of looking around, for one, now that the shadowy aura is gone, you're able to kind of see outside and around the lighthouse effectively again. So if you
Yeah.
wanted to look down and around
Yeah.
the outside again, you certainly can. What I'll go ahead and tell you without you needing to roll is that you don't see anything obvious. You see the upper level of that trap that was designed to rain arrows on people. You see some of the scaffolding there. You recover your other magic stone thing, but you there's not any other obvious thing to be seen outside the lighthouse. But Yoskrin, as you complete your identify spell, let me just double check to see if it actually you learn the password or if you just learn the rest of it.
Use properties and how to use them.
Hang on. So it's like an identify spell. Oh, you know what? I'm getting. I need to. I need to tell. Yeah. So we'll bring a couple more people in a moment. So yeah, if someone can message Paul and Jason to just let them know that we'll bring them in as soon as we can, but we're in the middle of something. That would be great. So the what you learn with the identify spell is that this is designed to teleport someone somewhere when you issue the passphrase. Oh, and it does say the passphrase is automatically learned if the lens was assessed with identify. So
Okay.
what you learn is that it has a passphrase that is Huber Osto Draco. And if you issue that passphrase, you can step into the light and it will teleport you somewhere.
Oh, this is a maze. You can walk through light somewhere else. Do I know where else, or just anywhere?
You don't. It does.
Right.
The identify doesn't tell you where.
Okay. It goes somewhere. This might be why we have not found that elf. No, tiefling. The other one you said came and missed. It disappeared. Not here. No body. Nothing.
Okay. Well.
But
we
I would
checked
suggest we
everything,
not
right?
walk through just now.
But if anybody has the thing, I could use some healing.
Yeah,
I'm good.
much needed.
So if you guys
Okay.
decide to take another short rest, you'll find that the strength reduction fades.
Who is worst off right now?
I have 2 HP out of 17.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else that low?
Yeah, 7 of 23.
Okay, I'm gonna give one die to each of you.
And short rest?
2 points and 1 point. Sorry, that was a terrible roll.
It happens.
Well, I have 15 lay on hands points. So, I'll give Billy 7 and I'll give Yastrin 8.
Okay, that's much better. Thank you.
How are you doing, Bug?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good.
Okay.
He's so the short rest, or do we need to take a long rest to do that? Yeah, so short rest.
Yeah.
All right, so
Yeah. So the strength
All right.
reduction from the shadows does dissipate as you take a short rest.
okay. But the silver in my fur needs
Hmm?
needs the greater restoration.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
can we use the orrery to teleport back home, or
I can try.
Yeah.
When you are
Because
ready,
if
we
we
can
can-
try.
I
because if we can,
double checked the magic item description, but I think that might be once a day.
okay.
Just so many points.
Okay.
Hmm.
I don't have
Teleportation circle, I guess, is the one we're looking at. Actually, I don't have the other item, the specific one.
Time piece of travel.
Right, I'll check for that.
But yeah, we should go home and check in before we do anything else.
You want?
I would not be opposed to a long rest.
No, it's not actually listed anywhere.
I'm going to give you guys
there it
all the meta universe nudge that you should not teleport home before you do the rest of this.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
You consider
well-
it, but then just
Yeah.
something about the universe's configuration just now tells you that you should proceed.
It needs to rest until then tomorrow when the sun rises.
Well, so
Okay.
just as soon, just it wouldn't work anyway.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Well, shall we go through this strange portal that we don't know where it goes to?
Yes, let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So- No, just
All right. So it's
Oh.
hard to proceed when I have people going, what?
Yep, let's go.
And then not saying anything.
Through the
Okay.
portal.
All right. No, I'm not trying to like give you guys a hard time.
Oh.
I'm just saying.
Okay,
Um,
let's go.
with this timepiece of travel, do I have the other effects of it then?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That changes things.
Well, you have to attune to that too, but you could.
I can attune to it inside the orrery though,
Yes.
without having the extra
Yeah.
things. So okay, cool.
All right. So you guys all appear as you travel through this place. Doop. Boosh. And all right. So as you guys step through the lit lighthouse light, that thing. You find yourself suddenly, a blinding flash leaves an indelible mark in your brain as you step into the lens. When your vision clears, you find yourselves in the corner of a stone chamber filled with laboratory and arcane equipment. Tall bookcases filled with tomes line 2 walls, while the other walls feature long tables covered with alembics. I don't know that word. Flasks, cauldrons, beakers, and containers holding weird reagents and components. An iron cage is set against one wall, its door open. 2 more tables surrounded by chairs stand in the center of the room. The first contains a variety of humanoid body parts, all on the small side. The second table holds a tiefling restrained with leather straps. She struggles against the bonds with a wild look on her face. Standing near the tiefling's table is an odd-looking construct with an even more oddly placed spigot at the base of its barrel-shaped body.
Okay.
A gnome dressed in garishly colorful clothes sits on a stool nearby, his eyes blank. Another gnome sits next to the first, but this one is most lively and chipper. He wears dark robes and a red fez bearing the Dran Enterprises logo, apparently scrawled in white chalk. "See, Wizzy?" the chipper gnome says to the other. "I told you we would have visitors. I felt their presence in the lantern room." He sips from a cup of tea as he beckons to you. "Would you like to have a seat? And can I get you some chamomile tea? My name is Huber Grand Shoop, by the way. Pleased to meet you." And I have some handouts for you.
Oh boy.
This is Huber Grand Shoop.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's-
yeah. And the tiefling on the corner looks like this. Ah! There is not a handout for Wizzy, but the aforementioned gnome in garishly colorful clothes, you'll wonder which room is his.
No bet.
Yes, Huber is very pleased to meet you.
Hi. You've been causing a lot of trouble for us.
Have I?
You have.
Do tell.
Oh, let's see here. Those undead horses in the middle of the road.
Oh, yes, splendid. Did you find them difficult to defeat? What were their primary strengths and weaknesses, would you say?
I smashed it. And then we shot it. And then disintegrated it. So
He had pulled out a little notepad that, as you say that, he kind of points at you and says, "I'm sensing that you are not necessarily here to provide constructive criticism for my various experiments."
not really, because your experiments caused a lot of death. And
Well, yes, naturally.
I'm not okay with that.
All right.
Is there a spot where I can get out of immediate line of sight of Shoop?
I mean,
How
sort
big
of.
of this? Is that
Like
a
you could
table
hide
to the left
behind.
of-
You could hide behind one of the tables if you want. I mean,
Um,
like he would see you moving to that position, though.
Yeah, I just want to get where it's not going to be immediately obvious that I'm casting True Strike.
Okay.
I may need to make a sleight of hand to kind of keep that out of immediate
Sure.
range there.
So, Yeah, so you duck behind there, and so he won't be able to see you casting the spell, but he will certainly see you duck behind the table.
Yeah.
And honestly, if you're going to pretend to be part of Dran Enterprises, you should get the actual patch. It's not that hard to get. Like, this whole chalk drawing is so clandestine.
The halfling is still tied to the table, yeah?
Tiefling.
The tiefling is in the table. There's the gnome that's sitting next to him on a stool, eyes blank. But as you say that, he just says, "Listen, I am an unofficial contractor with Grand Enterprises, and they did not see fit to provide me with a patch. And besides, this fez is made of a rather delicate material. I would not want to sew anything onto it."
Oh, you
Okay.
can sew anything onto that, I say with my weaver's knowledge.
But Bug is going to walk over and attempt to untie the tiefling.
So this robot shaped like a keg does sort of step in front of it, but Hoover just says, Hold on, just a moment. I wish I understand all of your complaints. I do, and he's like gesturing around to all of you, and he just says, "Listen, I undertook a couple of jobs, based on a certain contractual obligation that I had with Dran Enterprises to take out some of their competition and help them in a couple of efforts. But I had no idea that one of these franchises that I was set to undermine would have such a lovely workspace. So I would propose a deal with you. I suspect you probably have sympathies with the tiefling and with the gnome, Talantha and Wizzy. I will set them free to your custody, and I will make no attempt to stop you from leaving. You can do as you like, as long as you just go ahead and leave me with this workspace for my own operations, and we can just let sleeping dogs lie, so to speak."
What is wrong with Wizzy? He looks strange.
Oh, well, he's just under a trance at the moment. I can certainly release him from that. I did have some experiments in process with the tiefling. However, I could also interrupt those. They would both be right as rain, I assure you.
Well,
How about this instead?
thank you.
We kill you and take all your stuff.
I was
And I'm
trying to
gonna-
find the thing that I wanted to cast, but you were right on there. So
And I'm going to, with my True Strike having been cast, I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt.
Okay. Let's see what he does.
Do we want to roll initiative?
Hold on. No, I think what happens is that you leap up from behind the table, casting Guiding Bolt, and he counterspells it.
Okay.
And he just says, "Sir, I understand your impulse. Believe me, I admire even the pluck and the can-do spirit that has brought you here to me today, and I want to reward you for that by returning your fellows to you, and I am offering that instead of deciding who is better at magic, who would kill who, you just leave, taking your fellows with you, and we can go our separate ways. Of course, my way would be to continue my experiments here, but you can do as you like."
Why should
Too
trust you?
cheap.
What? I didn't hear what you said.
Who?
You talked. Two of you talked at once. I didn't hear what either of you said.
Okay. Bug said too cheap. And I want to move Bug so that he's right next to the robot.
Okay.
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
And then Yoskrin just simply said, "Why trust you?"
Well, let me put it this way. I'm more powerful than you, and I will win So we could do that. Honestly, I'd have a few more bodies for my experiments, but it's a hassle, and I don't wish to do that to you. You didn't know what you were running into. It's fine. How about this? I will even promise to show more discretion with my experiments and not leave them just lying about.
I'd like to insight whether it's blustering or not.
Yeah, go ahead and make an insight check.
13.
Okay. He seems like he is entirely serious and means every word he said.
No,
Okay.
I cast Bane on him with Channel Divinity, and
He counterspells you again.
Okay.
Really?
I'd like to. The obviator has the ability to do an insight check and learn 3 facts about the person with a DC save of 15.
Okay. He makes the save. No, you make a check, right? And
Yeah.
and try to beat 15. Okay.
Do I? All right. So I'm trying to beat.
Yes, you make the check.
Okay.
You
so let's see.
You roll the skill check that it says, and you're trying to beat 15.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Where is it again? Read the opposition. All right. So insight. I still think this is hilarious because this is my worst skill.
All right.
You ain't the only one.
All right. So what was that? No, it was a 12.
Okay.
So I don't read anything.
He's listen. I can see that all of you are not persuaded, but let me ask you this. Let's say, for a hypothetical, which is in fact reality, but for the sake of argument, that I am absolutely capable of doing everything that I just said. How could I prove that best to you in an expeditious manner?
Leave.
Well, that does not at all prove what I was just making. My point was that I am going to emerge victorious if we attempt to fight, and I do not wish to leave. My entire request is that you leave, and you can take your colleagues with you. Elsewise, my experiments will have to continue with them. You are dooming them to my experiments if you remain.
Can I tell by looking at him? I'm trying to figure out the best interest in the group. If retreat is the best interest, since it might come down to me.
Sure. You want to make an insight check, or?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Nat 20.
This guy is very serious business. He looks like every word he has said is true. He could mop the floor with you easily, but doesn't want to because that's a hassle, and he's got a nice space here. He wants you to just go away.
You know what? It just occurs to me that this is a guy who created 6 undead and a will-o'-the-wisp and a hellhound in the course of maybe a week. It has just hammered itself into Arwen's brain that, you know what, maybe he actually is that badass. And Arwen, is there like an obvious exit that goes back to the lighthouse?
There is not in here.
Okay. So Arwen goes over towards back towards the rest of the group and is like, so how do we actually leave here?
May we talk to ourselves, not you here?
Be my guest. I shall just continue my work over here as you like. I'm happy to talk shop, so to speak, if we can come to an agreement. I would just... I'm not interested in fighting you.
You can teach?
Well, are you interested in the necromantic arts?
Yeah.
Do you want to learn how to make undead things?
Oh, no.
Okay. Oh, well, to each their own.
Yeah, but we talk moment.
So I will turn to everybody and go, we're not strong enough, and the way that we don't die is to take his deal.
There is
I have to say I agree.
there is
Besides, I don't see a lot of treasure around here.
there is a way here. Yeah. So the House of Light is owned by Acquisitions Inquisitive, and it is now their problem because they are more interested here than we are.
Right.
And we help the people, so we are good. We survive. That's good.
Yeah. So
And,
we take his deal. We report everything that happened. Billy, did you have something to say?
I don't like leaving him, but if
It's
we
either
can't
we
beat
leave him
we
or we
can't
die.
beat him.
Yeah.
Surviving is
Yeah.
surviving to destroy it later.
Let's take our people and get out.
All right.
Okay.
oh, and get the spider.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's important too. So let's take his deal.
Okay.
Oh, and how does this thing work? And I point at the robot.
Oh, isn't that delightful? I found that here when I arrived, but
Oh,
I am quite
not
fond of
yours?
it. Well, not originally. I have
You did not
played
make.
it. No, I didn't. I did not make this particular contraption. No.
Oh, sad. Very sad.
So, how you would prove to us your?
I don't
good
think we need
faith?
to prove anything. We'll
Oh.
we'll go.
Will
We'll
you?
go.
Will you let me talk? I am the decisioner.
Fine.
The way that
Fine,
you could
fine,
prove
it's all fine.
your good faith is to teleport us back to Fandolin
Release
With
them.
Wizzy and
with
the
Wizzy
tiefling.
and the tiefling and the spider.
And the spider.
Wizzy has a spider who's very concerned about Wizzy's well-being.
Huh. Well, that's interesting. Very well. Would you like me to teleport the spider's terrarium as well?
Oh, yeah.
That's up to Wizzy.
Yes. Yes. Teleport the terrarium as well. Yes.
Very well. Are you ready to go then?
Yes.
They will be
Have you ended your experiments on
Yes.
our other two friends?
Well, Wizzy here will be right as rain in an hour or so, as long as I've not renewed my current enchantment on him. Talantha, let's see. He goes over to the table and he pulls out like a mixture of some strange colored liquid, and he pours it into like a old fashioned syringe, and you can see that it's giving off like this caustic smoke coming out from it. He just says, let's see. And he goes and he injects her in the arm, and she, this wild-eyed expression, she, and she kind of just gets more peaceful, and but she's still breathing, and he says, she'll wake up in a couple of hours.
Okay. So Bug will take Talantha over his shoulder and Wizzy under his arm. Okay, we're ready to go.
All right. So he does escort you first. He snaps his fingers, and you all teleport back up to the top, just because he needs you to retrieve the terrarium if you're to teleport with that.
So I
Happy
grab
to
the
oblige.
terrarium and the spider, and I'm like kind of holding it out like this.
The spider has got its forelegs going. And so it's very well. Are you ready to go then? Fandolin. I've been to Fandolin. Yes, I have been to Fandolin.
Yes, we know you've been to Fandolin.
So the manor then, is that where you wish to go?
Yes.
Yes.
That will do.
Splendid. And you guys poof and find yourself teleported, and you arrive standing right outside the cellar entrance of your mansion, with all of your party intact, including Wizzy and Talantha and Rainbow, the spider in the terrarium.
And we take everybody inside and take a long rest.
I don't know if I like that one.
I don't like him either, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna go and do penance for like 3 days.
So let's briefly take another quick break here, and then we're going to bring in a couple of new players, and we'll catch back up with what everyone's doing. But have another briefly step away from the computer, and we'll be right back.
Do you need to do a stop and restart of the stream?
Yeah, she just ran away.
Okay. Anyway, hey, it's vamp time. Do 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 do. Vamp time. Okay, so if you are just joining us, welcome to the Insanity. This is the so many levels stream for Extra Life. We are raising money for sick kids by playing D&D, and we hit our third stretch goal of $1,000 earlier today. Yeah, and that's super exciting. But any other donations are very welcome. It goes to benefit the Children's Miracle Network, and Christiana has chosen Boston Children's Hospital as the beneficiary for her campaign, and it's so great. We have a huge amount of people that are going to be a part of this next the next 2 legs of this adventure. So far, what have we fought, Lee? It's been a long couple of days.
It has been a long couple of days.
We fought necromantic horses.
Yeah, we've done the horse skeletons, the ghouls, ghosts, revenants, the mouth,
the thing
mouth
with
breather.
lots of mouths. That was so clever when you had the bear trap and you snared it. That was great.
Yeah. And then the abomination that was just kind of distorting the world when it was summoned.
Yeah, that was weird.
Oh god, that was horrible.
Was super weird. So who is your favorite NPC that we've collected so far?
Oh, that has to be our MVG.
Oh, Gorko.
Yeah, Gorko.
We love Gorko. Gorko is the absolute best goblin. Yeah.
We missed him on this adventure.
We did, but somebody has to stay home and guard the keep.
Yeah, yes. And I think mechanically, I'll also just let you know that he doesn't level up like you guys do. Mm-hmm. Speaking of which, level 4.
Yay! So Christiana, I didn't know if you needed to stop and restart the stream or not.
Yes, thank you for reminding me. I do want to do that.
Okay, and then I'm going to step away for a minute while you all do the vamping.
All right. So, as just mentioned, I am going to briefly stop the stream, but we're going to start it up again in just a moment, so don't go anywhere.